saw that in the presentation, one is Arabic, but the machines there, they were already with Portuguese for Arabic.
I don't understand.
And the sequence of languages,
Yes, Arabic. Arabic.
it's one.
Yes.
Okay, because but there it's always patched.
Yeah, this
One
is what
has a-
I want to make sure. This is what I told you
Okay.
to make sure.
Obviously, the sequence of numbers we cannot change it now.
No, I will change it.
You can change it on the computer.
Yes.
Okay.
Put one for Arabic for four.
Yeah, no problem. I will change it. Yes, I will change
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The President of the Republic is about to arrive.
Maputo, cor dos frutos do combate pela paz. Cresce o sonho ondulando na bandeira e vai lavrando na certeza do amanhã. Moçambique, nossa mente, nossa terra generosa, construindo um novo dia. Milhões de braços, uma só força, ó pátria amada, vamos vencer. Moçambique, nossa mente, nossa terra generosa, construindo um novo dia. Milhões de braços, uma só força, ó pátria amada, vamos vencer. Flores brotando do chão do teu suor, pelos montes, pelos rios, pelo mar. Nós juramos por ti, ó Moçambique, nenhum tirano nos irá escravizar. Moçambique, nossa mente, nossa terra generosa, construindo um novo dia. Milhões de braços, uma só força, ó pátria amada, vamos vencer. Moçambique, nossa mente, nossa terra generosa, construindo um novo dia. Milhões de braços, uma só força, ó pátria amada, vamos vencer.
Assalamu alaikum. Bom dia. Sua Excelência, Presidente da República de Moçambique, com a permissão de Vossa Excelência, Senhor Presidente, iremos dar início à cerimônia de abertura da 40ª reunião anual do Grupo Banco Islâmico de Desenvolvimento, que comportará os seguintes momentos importantes. Primeiro, a recitação de versos do Alcorão, intervenção de Sua Excelência, o Presidente do Conselho de Governadores do Banco Islâmico de Desenvolvimento e Ministro da Economia e Finanças da República de Moçambique, intervenção de Sua Excelência, o Presidente do Grupo Banco Islâmico de Desenvolvimento, intervenção em representação do Grupo Africano de Governadores junto do Banco Islâmico de Desenvolvimento, intervenção de Sua Excelência, o Ministro das Finanças e Economia Nacional, da República de Sudão, em representação do Grupo Árabe de Governadores junto do Banco Islâmico de Desenvolvimento, intervenção de Sua Excelência, o Ministro para Assuntos Econômicos e Finanças da República Islâmica do Irão, em representação do Grupo Asiático de Governadores junto do Banco Islâmico de Desenvolvimento. E teremos o momento mais alto desta cerimônia, que será a intervenção de Sua Excelência, o Presidente da República de Moçambique, no seu discurso de abertura da 40ª reunião anual do Grupo Banco Islâmico de Desenvolvimento. Depois teremos uma sessão, portanto, uma cerimônia de entrega de prêmios aos vencedores dos diferentes concursos promovidos pelo Banco Islâmico de Desenvolvimento. E assim, Excelência, convido o Sheikh Suleiman
Ahmed Ali, the President of the Islamic Development Bank, to deliver his remarks. Doctor, over to you.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, praise be to the Lord, to whom we are thankful, and may the peace and blessings of God be upon the last of his prophets and messengers, Muhammad, his family, and his companions. Your Excellency, President Filipe Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, Your Excellency, the Chairman of the Board of Governors, Your Excellencies, Governors and alternate governors, Your Excellency, the Mayor of the city of Maputo, Your Excellency, the Governor of the city of Maputo, Honorable ex-ministers, members of delegations, and members of the diplomatic corps, brothers and sisters, may the peace of Allah be upon you all, and His mercy and His blessings. I would like to begin by expressing my profound gratitude to His Excellency the President for honoring and gracing this opening of this blessed conference. I thank you, and through you, I thank the Republic of Mozambique, people and government, for the generous hospitality of this conference and for the warm reception and welcome and kind hospitality that we have witnessed since our arrival. Mr. President, your presence at this meeting is a reflection of your support for the joint action among a grouping of 56 developing countries coming together to form the family of the Islamic Development Bank. We recall your country and its record of struggle for freedom, independence, and dignity. A record that has enlarged the role of Africa in building the future of our global civilization, and in which was crystallized the centrality of the Republic of Mozambique in the contemporary history of Africa. The history of Mozambique in particular, and of Africa in general, brings up memories for reflection, and from which we can draw many lessons. Al-Sharif al-Idrisi visited this land in the 12th century and described fully the Sofala regions in his book entitled Nuzhat al-Mushtaq fi Ikhtiraq al-Afaq. Then the famous traveler Ibn Battuta came to this land in the 14th century and settled in Kulwa, which was in those days the capital of a region that extended to cover Mozambique, Tanzania, and Malawi. This traveler, Ibn Battuta, who toured most of the parts of the world, said that Kulwa was one of the best and urbanized cities, and its people were mostly religious and righteous. He also talked in his memoirs about its king, its sultan, Ibn al-Mudaffar Hassan, praising him for his humility towards the poor and his numerous gifts and talents and his generosity that reached many places in the Islamic world. Ibn Battuta, starting from Kulwa, sought out news about Sofala in Mozambique because of its unique importance. Sofala, this is the same place visited by the Portuguese historian Tomé Lopes, who was the companion of the explorer Vasco da Gama in the early part of the 16th century. He endorsed the opinion that this land is one of the abundant lands, Ophir land, so mentioned in the Holy Book. For this advantage, Milton, the English poet, praised this land in his epic Paradise Lost. Mr. President, allow me to extend my congratulations to the Republic of Mozambique on the occasion of its 40 years of emancipation from colonialism. We are pleased that our 40th meeting of the Islamic Development Bank Group is being held in the warm embrace of the city of Maputo to coincide with the celebration of the 40th anniversary of a free Mozambique. Today, history is recording another meeting between Mozambique and the institution of the Islamic Development Bank. In 2015, that has a post-agenda of sustainable development goals. This is the start of a 5-year plan that would open in front of Mozambique and a considerable economic promise with the discovery of more than 20% of Africa's total gas reserve. This year is also the starting year of the 10-year strategic plan of the Islamic Development Bank. Mr. President, time has taken its toll on the traces of the old civilization of Sofala and Kulwa. Colonization has contributed to the deterioration of these old great cities that used to be prosperous here in these countries, here in Sofala and Kulwa. They have caused the severance of a tie of contact between this country and a nation, an ummah, in which you had an important position. However, your cultural, educational, and moral civilization has refused to become extinct. There is no question that whoever ponders on history would look forward to filling the gap created by colonialism and rebuild the bridges with this dear part of our family. I would therefore like to seize this opportunity to appeal especially to the private sector in the member countries of the Islamic Development Bank, as well as the chambers of commerce and to seize the opportunities for themselves, the opportunity of the coming years of a promising Mozambican economy, by the grace of God, and intensify their contact with this country, to hold fora and symposia and workshops between Mozambicans and their counterparts in other member countries, to discuss ways and means of strengthening these ties. The Islamic Development Bank, your institution, would be very pleased to play the role of the facilitator, to find ways and means for investors of the member countries who wish to renew contact with Mozambique, to invest and trade with Mozambique. This is the least that we can do to honor the obligation to restore the ties between the Muslim world and this precious land. Mr. President, your country's civilization and the wonderful experience of your ancestors still inspire experts in trade, economy, and society. They teach our states, as well as our institutions, so many important lessons that can be showcased in the international dialogue preceding the adoption of development goals in New York next autumn. Among those lessons, I want to particularly emphasize building economy on 3 pillars. The pillar of free trade, decentralization of economic activities, and integration among regions of the world. And the pillar of the state's inclusion of everyone, inclusivity in development and in sharing the fruit of development by being just and fair and spending on the needy. And the pillar of partnerships, in which partners respect one another, where neighbors and brothers share the profits in a positive manner and share the success. In the guidance of these 3 pillars are based the themes of the bank's work in the future. The first of these themes is catalyzing growth and enlarging its sources by activating investments and improving intra-trade. This theme on its own entails 2 elements. The first is that the Islamic Development Bank and its member countries should develop best investment opportunities as well as infrastructures and social projects that would contribute the most in promoting growth and would have the biggest impact on economic development. This is a shared commitment that constitutes the standard of professionalism and uprightness in the periodic programming process as part of the strategic partnership under which the bank interacts with its member countries on priority projects every 3 to 5 years. The second element is that the Islamic Development Bank should gather partners for investment for these opportunities and also mobilize resources from new sources, and in particular, exploiting savings to finance projects that are threatened by the reduced flow of official assistance. This is what the IDB endeavors for, using Islamic finance to correct the investment destination of non-conventional institutions to the benefit of projects of development in our member countries. I was very happy to see the sovereign funds in our countries favor this effort. When they met for the first time last month at the Islamic Development Bank's headquarters in Jeddah, the participating funds belonging to 40 member countries and holding 3/4 of the assets of the world's sovereign funds welcomed participation in the development projects in our member countries. I call upon all member countries to benefit from the readiness of these sovereign funds in this regard and provide facilities to encourage them in this direction. In order to mobilize more resources the Board of Executive Directors of the IDB approved to launch a partnership initiative with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to create a fund entitled Life and Livelihood Fund to support financing for combating epidemics and disease such as polio. The constitutive document for this initiative was signed at a special meeting held yesterday. Mr. President, the second theme would be synergy and joint action. Delegations came from far and wide to meet here out of recognition to the Ummah of its great contribution, of the great contributions made by this region in the building and development of our civilization. The participants here are not just here for familial gestures and to enjoy the scenes of Mozambique. They're also here to identify opportunities for investment that would create and strengthen the bonds of fraternity and mutual economic benefits. Mozambique is but a model for Africa. Africa, which during blossoming days of Sofala was the envy of many and a place of utmost desire. Today, the continent has a unique future. This is reflected in the speed of its growth and the attraction of investors for what they consider tomorrow's food basket and the world's industry in the new century. Here, I would like to commend a summit conference that is held today in Sharm el-Sheikh, witnessing the signing of an agreement by 26 countries to merge the biggest 3 regional blocs in Eastern and Southern Africa, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, SADC, and EAC. The bank can only support this trend and this move taken by the summit towards the creation of a free trade zone, which is an unprecedented experience on the continent of Africa. The bank is looking forward to many more initiatives that will strengthen cooperation among countries of Africa. We are so pleased to be in agreement with the new economic entity that is being born today on specific programs in this regard. We're also hopeful to support strategic projects that will boost growth on the axis of Dakar-Djibouti and open channels for commercial and cultural exchange among different groupings of member countries and between these groupings and other nations of the world and of the Ummah. I was very pleased this year to join His Excellency the President of Niger to lay the foundation for the commencement of the last sector of the Great Trans-Sahara Road. I told His Excellency at this opportunity that I see in this last sector that is only 205 kilometers long a great economic value that will be clear through the multiplication of windows on the sea that would be open to the Sahara countries that this axis would serve, in particular Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. And through this opportunity, an open window for integration that would be opened with the completion of this great road between linking Algeria to Lagos with a length of 4,500 kilometers, so that the Great Sahara would be a link and a point of connectivity, having once been a wall of separation between the north and the south of Africa. Mr. President, the third theme of the work of IDB is the theme of equity and sincerity in serving the poor who live in the margins of economy. The bank's 10-year plan faces huge challenges in terms of its ability to reach hundreds of millions of people living below the line of poverty or whose children drop out of school in order to look for their daily food. The team charged by the United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to draft the Sustainable Development Goals was hoping that this generation would be the first generation in history to conquer hunger and to ensure basic standards of welfare for every citizen of the world. They probably mean the second generation, because the world has in fact seen the first generation. True, the first century of our nation, of our ummah, witnessed surplus in wealth at the time of the great Muslim Caliph Omar bin Abdulaziz, who deployed morality in the management of public affairs and wiseness in financial management. Justice, equality, transparency, mutual consultation, and restitution of injustice were the hallmarks of his period. Happiness reigned at these times, and there was nobody needing a handout from the state. This is a remarkable experience. In light of the ever-growing gap between income levels in the world today, it is an experience that bears witness to the growing global trend towards introducing morals to post-2015 development. I wish to congratulate Mr. Jim Kim for steering the World Bank towards the enrichment of the Sustainable Development Goals through religious teachings that complement good morals. I wish to thank him for holding this seminar on this issue last April. This seminar, for it was the lack of moral conscience and prevailing social injustice that resulted in incompetence and has been a key reason for failure in the war against poverty. Mr. President, the consultation on formulating the new development goals have unleashed a wide range of economic options available to the countries of the world, with the exception of one option, by doing so, maintaining the status quo. As this is an unfeasible option for countries, it is also a very bad option for institutions, including the IDB. What shall change, then, within the Islamic Development Bank? Over the last 40 years, the IDB Group has succeeded in advancing development efforts in member countries, contributing more than $112 billion, including $11 billion in the past year alone. This is a sign of growth for which we are thankful to Allah. Nevertheless, the bank's strategy introduces new elements in order to render to this institution its place worthy of it and enable the institution to respond in a more efficient way to the social economic dynamics, as well as the increasing needs of the member countries and the foreseeable changes globally over the coming 10 years. This is exactly what the Board of Executive Directors has been working on with the management of the bank. Guided by the directions and instructions of your esteemed board last year to translate the strategic framework into precise and definite action plans as well as specific programs. The Board of Executive Directors has submitted to your meeting a report on the work progress concerning the breakdown structure of the 10-year strategy of the IDB Group. Several significant initiatives have emerged, which the bank will focus on. These initiatives contain response and reflection of your directives to the banks. The first initiative concerns strengthening the bank's institutional performance, rationalizing the group's organizational and operational efficiency, developing the human capital in the bank, managing talents and skills, encouraging innovation, and creating a conducive environment to improve the work's quality. My personal focus here is on reforming the bank from the inside in order to overcome the challenges and to succeed in the transformations. I am determined to go through with this and to do what it takes in terms of developing systems, reforming policies, developing and training leaders so that the member countries will have confidence in their perspective on the strategic management of development. The second initiative is about improving the quality of operations. This can be done by creating a performance culture, ensuring that funded projects produce tangible benefits on the ground. These results will be assessed in a unified manner based on qualitative and collective performance indicators that guarantee efficient achievement of the desired development goals. This would include allocating a percentage of the annual funds to joint ventures between two countries or more, as well as a percentage of the funds to projects that have remarkably succeeded in combating poverty and giving significant technical assistance to support member countries, to support their efforts to build development models based on economic rationalization, transparency, and accountability. The third of these initiatives revolves around consolidating financial sustainability, developing sukuk and other various Islamic finance mechanisms and tools so that they contribute to the development process and to ensure the rapid growth of our operations with the help of external resources and of joint funding and joint investment and new financing tools and methods such as trust funds and concessional financing. The fourth initiative will be dedicated to mobilizing successful experiences and success stories in fighting poverty from all over the world, expanding the sources of knowledge and innovation, to introduce new solutions to development challenges, and to meet the needs of the poor and the most affected by disasters and conflicts. One of the tools that will be employed by the bank is organizing innovation exhibitions, one of which is organized today on the sidelines of this annual meeting. I hope that all governors and members of the delegations will kindly pay a visit to this exhibition. These are, Your Excellency, the ambitions of the bank that its management will seek to realize, God willing, with the help of the directives of the Board of Executive Directors, so that the people of our glorious Ummah would derive its benefits. We are confident in the help of Allah. Given the success that was given to us over the last 40 years, as well as the strong and constant support that the bank enjoys from all its member countries, in particular the host country, under the leadership of His Majesty, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. I wish to extend my sincerest thanks and appreciation to His Majesty and to you, Mr. President, as well as to all the member countries. Allah, I ask to bless our efforts to bring a better future to the peoples of our nation, of our Ummah, and for all humanity. May the peace of Allah be upon you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Muito obrigado, Excelência.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would now invite His Excellency Geraldo João Martins, the Minister of Economy and Finance from the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, to make his intervention representing the African Group of Governors at the Islamic Development Bank. Minister. Thank you very much.
Mr. Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, distinguished Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank Board of Governors, distinguished Governors and Executive Directors of IBD, Your Excellency Dr. Ahmad Mohamed Ali, President of the IDB Group, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a privilege for me to speak on behalf of my fellow African governors and alternate governors, and I will try to articulate their views as clearly as possible, and I seek also for forgiveness if I fall short of their expectations. First of all, I would like to thank the government and the people of the Republic of Mozambique for hosting this annual meeting, for a very cordial reception accorded to us, and the excellent logistical arrangements made for the meeting. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and the delegates, Africa has been high in the IDB Group's agenda since its inception. And for Africa, the IDB has been one of its trusted development partners. Its two completed flagship programs on Africa, namely the IDB Africa Cooperation Framework 2003-2007 and the Special Program for Development of Africa 2008-2012, were important strategic endeavors by the Bank to respond to the region's priority needs, including those of the private sector. With the two programs, the Bank Group was able to mobilize $15 billion for Africa and about $80 billion coming from the Bank Group's own resources. Alongside these two special programs, the IDB is also implementing other initiatives such as bilingual education, rollback malaria, blindness control, and the Jeddah Declaration on Food Security, all of which are benefiting thousands of households in Africa. The IDB has also played a catalytic role by attracting additional financial flows from other regions to Africa, including members of the coordination group. We are glad to note that a special event was organized on the sidelines of this annual meeting on the future role by the coordination group in Africa. We look forward to more of these programs and initiatives. At the same time, we'd like to assure the Bank of our commitment to ensuring the smooth and effective implementation of the operations to benefit of our people. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and the delegates, Africa's economy has grown tremendously over the last 2 decades or so, and the contributions of the international donor community, including the IDB Group and the coordination group members, to the growth success story is recognized and acknowledged. In fact, 8 African countries are among the fastest growing countries in the world, and Africa itself is now described as Africa Rising. However, this growth has not yet made a visible impact on the living standards of the ordinary people, on jobs for the millions of the unemployed youth, and on the general human development indicators. Part of the reason has to do with nature and the sources of the growth, mainly from the extractive sectors of the economy, and this has to be transformed for the growth to impact on the lives of our people. Despite the above promising development, sustaining the growth momentum in Africa while working to achieve the MDG targets remains a daunting challenge. In addition, Africa is also home and a stifle economic activity, meaning that Africa's future development agenda needs to embed fragility and recovery. In addition to addressing the region's poverty, economic infrastructure gap, especially road transport and electricity, food insecurity, diseases, and the weak private sector. Food insecurity is mainly a result of low productivity and fragility. There is even the risk of a repeat of the 2008 food crisis this year that has added a layer of vulnerability to Africa's challenge. Health concerns are far from abating, particularly maternal and child health, the scourge of malaria and other diseases, and availability of essential drugs and supplies. And many of the real and unique needs of the private sector, the typical small African businessmen and women, remain unfulfilled. These nascent entrepreneurs are the ones expected to generate employment and provide a solid base for Africa's future economic transformation. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and the delegates, notwithstanding IDB's significant contribution in the past, Africa requires far more resources to enable it address the challenges outlined above. It is in this regard that we urge the IDB, along with the coordination group and the private sector from IDB member states, to lend greater support to Africa. Recognizing the bank's increasing role in the future, we wish to propose the following for consideration. Drastically scaling up the IDB's concessional resource base. Much of the financial resources extended to Africa by the IDB are not concessional enough, even though they meet the 35% grant element condition of debt sustainability. The new 10-year strategic plan of the IDB Group should strive to source greater concessional resources in order to properly serve Africa. To get there, IDB Group should leverage its competitive advantage and the position as a trustworthy and solidarity-focused institution to mobilize concessional resources for the number of its member countries in Africa, rather than seek to generate such funding on its own. Increasing the overall financing allocation to Africa to meet its infrastructure and other urgent needs. Collectively, as a region, African member countries, which constitute close to half the IDB membership, and a region with daunting developmental challenges, receive a rather disproportionate low amount of financing. Both the CPDA and its predecessor program have contributed to the good economic conditions now prevailing in Africa, and also serving as a launch pad for a higher level of growth and development. It is in this regard that we ask for more resources allocation to Africa. Reducing the markups charged on private and public sector projects. We humbly request the IDB management and the board of executive directors to reduce the current markups charged by the IDB Group on both public and private sector projects, while maintaining its financial posture. Again, by leveraging its AAA rating, the IDB should be able to mobilize resources from the market at far cheaper rates for the benefit of its client countries. Maximizing efficiency and the synergy in project financing operations. Large-scale multi-year operations have higher efficiency gains than smaller operations being provided on an annual basis. Going forward, the focus should be multi-year, large projects and operations. Mr. Chairman, I would like to conclude by once again thanking the government and the people of Mozambique for their hospitality and friendship, and to pay tribute to the staff and management of the IDB Group under the visionary leadership of Dr. Ahmed Mohamed Ali for what has proved to be another successful and rewarding year. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Muito obrigado. Obrigado, Sr.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Ministro.
Thank you, Minister. I would now invite His Excellency Badr al-Din Mohammed Abbas, the Minister of Finance and Economy from the Republic of Sudan, to the Arab Group of Governors at the Bank. Minister.
In the name of God the Almighty, the Compassionate, prayer and peace be on the messenger for mercy on the world, his family, his kinsmen, and his companions. Your Excellency President Philippe Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, Your Excellencies the Ministers, Your Excellencies the Governors, and the alternate governors, distinguished President of the Islamic Development Bank Group, Dr. Ahmed Mohamed Ali, Your Excellencies, the representative of the financial and international organizations, honorable guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you. It is a source of pleasure and honor to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the group of the governors of the Arab countries, addressing the IDB group. First of all, I wish to extend in my name and on behalf of the governors of the Arab countries to extend to the Excellency, His Excellency, the President of Mozambique, Philippe Nyusi, and the Republic of Mozambique people and government, my deep gratitude for all the hospitality and kind reception that we have received since we have arrived in this beautiful city of Maputo. Allow me, my brother, President, to extend greetings from Sudan, representing the Arab group in the IDB. We fully appreciate the fact that we are the Arab door towards Africa. We wish to express to you our gratitude and appreciation from Khartoum, who has hosted all the liberation movements of Africa. Those liberation movements who have led the battle against colonialism, starting from the Congo and ending with South Africa and its leader, Nelson Mandela, who carried a Sudanese passport until he was able to defeat the racist regime and South Africa gained its independence. I wish to pay tribute here with full appreciation President Michel Samora Michel, President Samora Machel, who led the liberation movement in the sisterly country here and laid the roots of independence in this country while he was addressing a meeting that was held in Khartoum in 1997 and 1996 with all the liberation movements attending. We are meeting today, he said, we are meeting in a country that constitutes a living representation of qualitative change in the economic field. This country, the Republic of Mozambique, has become one of the African countries that is full of vitality and development. It was able during the past years to realize great economic growth rates, 7.3% or more during the past 5 years. And this is according to the IMF reports and statistics. We expect, and the IMF also expects, that the rate of growth in this country during 2016 and 2019 to reach 8%. Hence, we call upon this hospitable country and pray Allah for further development and prosperity. Here I pay tribute once again to the great move that was undertaken by the IDB group while holding this meeting, its 40th session in this sisterly country, while it is leading a great development process for the future of this people and this economic will for sure be followed by different contributions on the part of the Bank Group to the contribution of this country and the African continent and the prosperity of this people in particular. The annual meeting of the Board of Governors of the Islamic Development Bank is the focus of interest by different parties relevant to development and economic and social growth in the different parts of the globe. The great efforts that have been exerted by that ancient institution, not through its great history, but also through its noble and lofty vision and lofty objectives, is an indication of the sincerity of the message that is being carried out and is in the conscience of the institution that stood steadfast in front of all challenges and all storms and crises. In this connection, I want to extend my deep gratitude in the name of all the member states, Arab member states, our gratitude to all the administrations, all the management staff, and all the employees in the IDB for all the efforts that they are exerting in the service of development in the member states of the group. It is very important here to underline the establishments and the achievements of this institution that have not limited the great responsibility shouldered by the institution, but is looking forward to the welfare of the nation. It is a necessity to unite our efforts and multiply our endeavors in order to find viable solutions, not for the present at the present time, but for the future, and to draw out the necessary vision for this ummah. Your Excellencies, your brothers and participants, today the Islamic world and the Arab region in particular is witnessing at the present time extraordinary conditions that call for discussion and delving into the difficulties of the crises that we are facing. It is most unfortunate that we are noticing at the present time the different discriminations that are taking place among the Arab and Islamic ummahs. And at the same time, there are political differences and economic and social difficulties. And despite all those conditions, our society in those countries will witness in the near future the elements of adherence and unity that will overcome all dissension and differences. Hence, I grasp this opportunity to pay tribute to the great efforts that have been exerted by the IDB and is still undergoing efforts in order to unite and create integration among the member states through the different competent elements in order to exert efforts to realize success. You are all aware that the world today stands at the assessment of the efforts that would help the world to realize the different MDGs objectives that have been agreed upon since the year 2000 and are seeking new objectives for sustainable development in the future. Despite the progress that was realized in many fields of development, yet the present situation and the different levels of poverty that are witnessed in the world and the different economic problems in many sectors, including health, education, and nutrition, etc., all this indicate that the path is still long before us in order to realize all-out and sustainable development. From this rostrum, I call on the IDB, with all its experience and potentials, human, material, and others, to carry out an effective role and to join the international community in order to realize the MDGs and the new objectives that will be drawn out through the map, the international map, to realize those objectives. The IDB group, while fully appreciating and stemming its power from the Sharia and the upright Islamic religion, has a wider vision, a wider and comprehensive program that would exceed the financial aspects, that would cover all the humanitarian aspects. Today, all those would be part of the priority. The experience in the path of development opens new scopes, wide ones, in order to seek new mechanisms and a new financial and funding mechanism, particularly in the poorer countries. On this occasion, I want to refer to the efforts that were carried out by the bank in cooperation and coordination with the different international financial institutions like the Bill Gates and the World Bank Group, in order to raise the level of the funding of projects in the member states. Your Honorable President, Your Excellencies, brothers and sisters, participants, aware of the grave responsibilities that are being shouldered by us today, the only option before us is to work for a better future for the next generations. And within this framework, I wish to pay tribute to all the arms that were extended to unite the Arab and Muslim ranks in order to overcome difficulties. Obstacles, no matter how big they would be, should not prevent us from doubling our efforts and renewing our efforts for the social and economic development for the peoples of the region. Based on our Sharia and armed with our confidence and belief in Allah, asking Allah Almighty to provide us with success. In conclusion of this statement, I wish to underline the adherence of the Arab Group to continue its support to our institution, the IDB Group for Development, and express our deep gratitude and appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali for the wise leadership of that institution. I also wish to express my deep gratitude for the Board of Directors and all the officials for the efforts, the sincere efforts in order to realize the message and role of the bank for the development economically and socially in all the Arab and Islamic countries. I want to renew my gratitude and my appreciation to the sisterly Republic of Mozambique, its president, its people, for the kind hospitality and welcome that we have received. And in conclusion, I ask God Almighty to provide us with success in all our steps for the welfare of this Ummah, and God is the best supporter, and may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Now, I would like to invite Your Excellency Ali Tabib Mia, Minister of the Economic Affairs and Finances of the Islamic Republic of Sudan, to address the audience on behalf of the Asian Group.
الرحمن الرحیم الحمد لله رب العالمین والعاقبة للمتقین. Your Excellency, Mr. Philippe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, distinguished Chairman of the IDB Board of Governors, distinguished governors and executive directors of IDB, Your Excellency Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, President of the Islamic Development Bank Group, esteemed groups, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are pleased to be here today for attending the 40th annual meeting of the IDB Board of Governors. Let me begin by extending our profound gratitude and deep appreciation to the President of Mozambique, His Excellency Mr. Philippe Jacinto Nyusi, and to the government and people of the Mozambique for the warm welcome and generous hospitality extended to us since our arrival. On behalf of the Asian member countries of the IDB Group, it's a great honor and privilege for me to address this August gathering of the governors of IDB Group. We are confident that this promising gathering will contribute to fruitful discussion and assist the bank in delivering development outcomes in our member countries. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, recent global and regional development continue to pose serious challenge for socio-economic performance of the Asia region. In particular, slowing growth, mainly because of weaker external demand, volatile commodity prices, spillovers from Russia's slowdown, and slowing growth in China and Japan are common challenges for the region. However, inflationary pressure is easing due to decline in oil and food prices. Despite the challenge of growth slowdown, the medium-term outlook for the region remains favorable. The IDB MCs in the region have demonstrated their strong commitment for comprehensive reform to achieve robust, sustainable, and inclusive economic recovery. It's pleasing to see that the region is already taking a number of effective policy measures, including fiscal consolidation by rebuilding depleted buffers and adjust spending plans to the new regional and global economic context. As such, it's important for us to remain prudent in our expenditure policy while ensuring sufficient domestic activity to promote continuous economic expansion. In addition, we maintain our vigilance against any untoward inflationary pressure. Our commitment to the socio-economic improvement of less fortunate income groups should remain our top priority. The Asian Group is also concerned with regard to the present imbalances in global economic growth. It's critical for the developing economies to regain their high growth momentum with shortest possible time. Toward this aim, we welcome further initiatives such as the IDB's innovative reverse linkage program to cooperate and partner with other IDB MCs to share know-how and expertise to attract more investment flows and promote further expansion of trade. We also call upon member countries to place greater focus on enhancing intra-OIC trade. In this regard, the increasing field presence of IDB, particularly opening of country gateway offices in Turkey and Indonesia, and planned in Bangladesh, is a welcome step. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, while we are observing a shortfall of infrastructure investment in the region, we are happy to note increased development assistance to the region that the IDB has been providing to address some of the aforementioned challenges. We also note that the IDB remains a reliable partner of the region's MCs to provide affordable and flexible financing to meet our investment needs. It's also pleasing to see that IDB is the forefront of developing innovative financing such as the buy-down facility to support employment programs in LDMCs with zero charges. On fostering regional integration, which is one of the strategic pillars of the 10-year strategy of the bank, I wish to underline the immense role that the IDB Group has done over the years and continues to do so. In this regard, I acknowledge the ongoing exercise by IDB in formulating the special program for Central Asia. The aspiration of the program is also in line with the OIC resolution on Central Asia and the Muslim world, a strategic vision for solidarity, adopted in 2010, and the OIC plan of action with Central Asia endorsed in 2011. It may be a good idea for the bank to embark on similar strategies for South Asia and Southeast Asia region, given a strategic positioning of IDB Group to facilitate intra-trade and investment, as well as socio-economic linkage between South Asia and Southeast Asia. IDB Group can cooperate with major regional institutions such as ASEAN and ECO to facilitate integration process in the region. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, now I wish to acknowledge the new business model that since 2010, the IDB Group is implementing strategies. In this regard, I note with deep appreciation that the MCPS for Bangladesh, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Pakistan, Suriname, and Turkey have significantly achieved their target, both in terms of financing and non-financing activities. I also note the ongoing MCPS exercises for Iran, Kyrgyz Republic, and Uzbekistan, and the second MCPSS for Indonesia and Turkey. I hope that the Bank Group will articulate partnership strategies for all the member countries in the future. In this regard, the Asian region is also looking up toward IDB for its assistance in generating knowledge products that will help member countries addressing development challenges they are facing, and due consideration may also be given for disseminating knowledge for the benefits of member countries. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, we note with great satisfaction the success and achievement made by the Islamic Development Bank under the visionary and far-sighted leadership of Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali in providing a strong and unconditional support to member countries of the Asian region through increased development assistance. Finally, on behalf of the Asian group of IDB member countries, I sincerely hope that this meeting serves as another milestone in furthering the goals of the IDB group, aimed at facilitating the socio-economic development for our member countries. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much. I now have the honor and privilege of inviting His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, to address the opening session of the 40th annual of the Islamic Development Bank Group.
Senhor Presidente,
the President of the Islamic Development Bank, the Chairperson of the Board of Governors of the Islamic Development Bank, esteemed honorable members of the Council of Ministers, esteemed governors and deputy governors of the Islamic Development Bank, the Honorable Governor of Maputo City, Your Worship, the Mayor of Maputo Municipality, distinguished participants and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to welcome to Maputo, the capital of Mozambique, the distinguished participants and invited guests to the 40th session of the Board of Governors of the Islamic Development Bank, in particular, our distinguished visitors. I am aware that this annual meeting of the Islamic Development Bank takes place for the first time in our Southern Africa region with a view to meet the imperatives and challenges of this region. Hence, I have attached priority to this event, and that's why I'm attending this event. We wish to extend our gratitude for having approved Mozambique as a host of this assembly of such a reputed financial institution, which by coincidence takes place on the year we celebrate the 40th anniversary of our independence. Africa, over the past years, has moved beyond the critical point of its economic development agenda and gradual integration. Therefore, I wish, before all participants, to congratulate Dr. Ahmed, President of the Islamic Development Bank Group, for his personal commitment and for steering and strengthening the institution over the past years, making it an increasingly relevant player in the South-South cooperation. on behalf of the people and government of the Republic of Mozambique, I would like to express our sincere recognition and gratitude for the involvement of the Islamic Development Bank in projects of social and economic infrastructures development in our country. It is the hope and expectation of the Mozambicans that over the next years, the operations of the Islamic Development Bank will be further intensified and diversified, thereby complementing the government's efforts in the process of delivering welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, Mozambique is one of the countries that have been growing at a rate above the average of sub-Saharan Africa, with an average rate of 7% versus 5% as a result of economic fundamentals and prudent macroeconomic management, with an inflation rate below 5%, sustainable monetary and fiscal policies. And this has provided confidence to both domestic and foreign investors. It is estimated that in 2014 alone, the volume of approved foreign direct investment was 8.9 billion American dollars. In this regard, the expectation is high for investment in the energy sector and infrastructures, with a strategic impact at a time when potential for the development of hydrocarbon sector and other mineral resources is a reality. The magnitude of these endowments requires mobilization of resources beyond our financial system, mainly because its implementation implies high-level financial leverage in companies established as special vehicles. The economic growth we have alluded to requires pragmatic governance actions where we place Mozambicans at the site of our trajectory. In this context, we would like to highlight mitigation of prices of energy commodities through diversification of the economic basis by leveraging agriculture production and marketing, through enhancement of investments in irrigation and water conservation infrastructures. This is, so far, the most job-generating sector, coupled with agro-processing, and the sector with a major share in the GDP. In addition, it provides food to all of us. Aquaculture and tourism complement the basis for diversification. Second, value addition to our primary products, such as extension of the chain of tapped resources and the establishment of industrial facilities that generate more jobs, substitute imports, and promote ownership of expertise in a partnership with academic institution and with a view to capitalize on competitive advantages through technology, thereby making a transition to an innovation and knowledge-based economy. The human factor, education, and health will be the pillar of this transition. Third, continuous development of our business people. Firstly, private sector prosperity on our ongoing quest for a business environment with less administrative formalities. And secondly, in the promotion of local content by supplying goods and services to mega projects, ensuring more jobs and ownership of the value created, taking into consideration the specific support required for its growth. Fourth, strengthening our integration in the continental economy and SADC in particular. 5, ongoing expansion projects in priority areas such as secondary schools and health facilities, construction, rural electrification, and rehabilitation of roads and bridges. Mr. Chairperson of the Board of Governors of the Islamic Development Bank, governors and deputy governors of the Islamic Development Bank, ladies and gentlemen. In order to achieve our strategic objectives of increased job creation, productivity, and competitiveness to generate wealth and inclusive development, deepening of cooperation between our government and the Islamic Development Bank Group is fundamental. As it can be seen, it can be concluded from what we have just said, realizing and implementing adequately the strategic priorities as stated in our government 5-year program will require an increasingly higher volume of investments, and in addition to domestic resources, the inputs of cooperating partners are key to achieve our goal of structural transformation of our economy and focus on industrialization in line with the SADC and African Union strategies. In effect, the Islamic Development Bank, with assets of about 778 billion US dollars in 2014, has already influenced a number of African countries to use specific products, including windows of Islamic finances in banks operating in different countries. The opportunity for Mozambique lies in the partnership of the IDB, Islamic Development Bank, with local banks, with a strong knowledge of the countries and with an extensive retail network, provided that experiences in terms of regulation are compliant with Sharia, are fulfilled, and services are properly disseminated. The fact that the Islamic Development Bank, through its private arm, funds operations on the basis of actual assets is appropriate to address the lack of collaterals affecting our small and medium enterprises. In our view, it is a tool for large projects and for our small and medium enterprises, as it is catalytic to our inclusive development process. Esteemed participants, it is our desire that in the medium term, the presence of the Islamic Development Bank is also felt within our financial system by contributing for the maintenance of stability of the financial sector and increasing access to products and financial services. The bank is an alternative for the provision of much needed capital to support the development of our private sector. In this context, the establishment of a representation of the Islamic Development Bank and operation of its finances in our country will be paramount for these objectives to be partly attained. Therefore, we are confident that today, as in the past, the contribution of our cooperating partners, most of them present here, will continue to play an important role in the implementation of investment projects as envisaged in our government program. Experiences resulting from workshops that started on Sunday and deliberations of the organs of the bank within the framework of this annual assembly strengthen our hope, as matters discussed in these workshops convened reflect the current and recent priorities for member countries and the African continent in particular. We acknowledge with appreciation the attention paid on the discussion of matters related to the youth. We commend in a special way the active participation of the youth from various parts of the world in search for solution for fundamental problems affecting this age group, which is the segment of the majority of our population and a guarantee for the future of our nations. We also commend the interest of all stakeholders to the forum of the private sector, a single moment which not only enabled interaction and search for opportunity among participants from different corners of the world, as it has provided us with a unique occasion to expose our potential and opportunities. Distinguished participants and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, as Dr. Ahmad Muhammad Ali mentioned, wisdom of travelers of Kilwa from to Sofala in my #1 speech on the day of my inauguration. I stated that Mozambique is a country endowed with natural resources, especially arable land, forestry, mineral, and marine resources. Since Mozambique is a country open to business, with an attractive legislation and enterprising population, we invite the private sector to deepen further the business opportunities and investment opportunities in this country of ours, with multiple advantages in a number of economic areas, some of which are still untapped. I take this single opportunity to convey on behalf of the people and government of the Republic of Mozambique, and indeed on my own behalf, our wishes of a happy Ramadan month due to be celebrated to the entire Islamic community. May this occasion be devoted to reflect on how best to continue saving our peoples in an atmosphere of peace and harmony. At this juncture, I have the honor to declare formally open the 40th session of the Board of Governors of the Islamic Development Bank Group. Thank you very much. Shukran Jazir.
Muito obrigado, Excelência.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your eloquent remarks. I'm now pleased to announce the ceremony of awarding of prizes of an international competition of the Islamic Development Bank. The winners will be invited one by one to come forward to the podium so as to receive their respective awards from the hands of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Mozambique.
Passo agora a...
I now have the pleasure to announce our winners. First, we have the winner of the so-called IDB prize in Islamic economics. This is a prize which is devoted for the development of Islamic economics, and the winner is Professor Defil Dim Ibrahim Tak Eldin from the Republic of Sudan.
Seguidamente,
next, I would like to announce the winners of the 10th edition of the IDB Prize for contribution of women in the development process. Here we have two categories of prizes. The first, I will announce the winner in the individual category by Dr. Laila Mand, who is a teacher at the Kaitia Ayat University from Morocco. She has won the prize IDB for women's contribution in terms of innovative solutions for water resources. And we have a second category, which is for organizations, and we have two organizations which are the winners. The first is assistance for development from people to people from Guinea-Bissau, represented by Madam Raquel Nyaga. And the second winner as an organization is the Research Center in Tropical Diseases from Cameroon, which is here represented by the Honorable His Excellency the Governor of the Republic of Cameroon, the Governor of the Islamic Development Bank for Cameroon. I think we have made a slight mistake. The lady that has just been introduced is the representative of the African Bank for an integrated development from Uganda. And I would like to apologize for this mistake. And next, now it is Cameroon from the Research Center. And next, we have a representative from the National Technology Research Center from the University of Bilkent in Turkey, represented by Professor Mohamed Baidir. And finally, we have the representative of the Faculty of Sciences of the Azhar University from Palestine, which is represented by the Governor for Palestine of the Islamic Development Bank.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would like to announce the end of the opening session of the 40th annual meeting of the Islamic Development Bank, and His Excellency the President of the Republic, he will take a leave, and I would like to request, that governors, all members of the Board of Governors, members of the Board of Directors of the Islamic Development Bank, and the management team of the Islamic Development Bank should also follow us so that they are introduced to His Excellency the President of the Republic. And later on, you will have an opportunity to pose for a group photograph. For other participants, we would like to request you to remain in this hall while the high table with His Excellency the President of the Republic takes leave from this conference room. Your Excellency, thank you.
Okay.
The governors, please, the governors or the acting governors are kindly requested to proceed one by one by this door on the right side of the stage for the group photograph. The governors or those who have the role of governors, the members of the boards of directors of the IDB Group and the IDB Group management, the governors only, please. The governors. The governors. The governors, the members of the boards of directors of the IDB Group and the IDB Group management. Les gouverneurs ou les gouverneurs par intérim, les membres des conseils d'administration du groupe de la Banque sont priés de sortir de la porte qui se trouve à droite du podium.
Dear delegates, our session will resume in half an hour.
Still good morning, uncle. May I call the meeting? Please. Good morning again. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to start the first session of our work today, and this is the first one. We will adjourn at let's say 12:15, and then we will have a second. We'll start at by 7, 5. And then we're done at 7 p.m. just to allow us to have to go in time to go for dinner. So some of delegates will like to go to a hotel before the dinner. So we have to do our best so that we finish before or up to 7 p.m. We're now going to consider our agenda, and the procedure committee met yesterday, and they have some proposals. So before we move for that, I will ask the representatives, General Secretary, this is, yes, OSC Secretary General, I think, to have a floor now before we move to other topic of our agenda. Please, OSC Representative Secretary, you have a floor, please. Yes, thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى أهله وصحبه.
And I would like to express and convey the greetings of Mr. Ayad Madani, who is the Secretary General of the OIC, who has not been able to come personally and attend this very important annual meeting of the IDB for conditions that are beyond his will. And he has entrusted me with reading to you the message of His Excellency to this August Assembly, requesting the Almighty to crown your meeting with success. And allow me now to read to you this message in English.
Your Excellency Adriano Alfonso Melcain, Minister of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Mozambique and Chairman of the 48th Annual Meeting of the Board of Governors of the IDB, Honorable Governors, Your Excellency Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, President of the IDB Group, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to address the 40th annual meeting of the Islamic Development Bank Group, which is holding in Maputo Maputo, Republic of Mozambique. Permit me at the outset to congratulate the President, the government, and the people of Mozambique for hosting this important meeting and for the excellent arrangements made to ensure its success. I would like to also congratulate members of the IDB board under the chairmanship of His Excellency Mr. Adriano Alfonso Melaine, Minister of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Mozambique, as well as the IDB management under the able leadership of His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, President of the IDB Group, for ensuring the continued relevance of the bank to the socioeconomic aspirations of our member states. There is no doubt that the effectiveness of the bank's activities has always manifested in its AAA ratings by renowned international agencies over the years. Mr. Chairman, distinguished board members, in my statement during the 39th annual meeting of the board, which was held in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia on 24th, 25th June 2014, I underscored the importance of synergy and coordination among the various executive organs of our organization in order to ensure speedy and effective implementation of the resolutions and decisions of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. I am therefore glad to report to this meeting the progress on our joint efforts in addressing the various developmental challenges facing our countries, chief among which are poverty alleviation, financial exclusion, inadequate social and physical infrastructures, low capacity utilization, and increasing man-made and natural disasters. In specific terms, the close collaboration between the General Secretariat of the OIC and the management of the IDB Group has resulted in the successful convening of the first investment forum on Central Asia held in Dushanbe, Tajikistan on 27-28 October 2014, during which a number of projects were identified, including the flagship hydro energy transmission project, popularly known as Kaza 1000. There is no doubt that the outcome of the forum on the need to hold investment forums in Central Asia on biennial basis will increase our achievement under the OIC Plan of Action for Cooperation with Central Asia, to which IDB is an effective collaborator. The foregoing regional program is anchored on the current policy of OIC to fast-track its integration efforts through promoting cross-border projects as a means of fostering people-to-people relations and enhancing confidence-building measures among OIC member states. In this regard, the implementation of the OIC trade policy on achieving 20% of intra-OIC trade in 2015 has received the greater support of the IDB Group through its various programs on trade financing, agricultural investment, microfinance support, and the OIC Cotton Action Plan, among others. It is encouraging to note that the various interventions of the IDB Group in the area of trade financing, which exceeded $54 billion cumulatively in 2014, has contributed to the steady increase in intra-OIC trade from 18.5% in 2012 to 18.7% in 2013. On the social and humanitarian plane, our collaborative actions have resulted in the resolution of the lingering management problem associated with the OIC orphanage project in Banda Aceh, Indonesia, as well as other recent emergency response actions in Syria, Yemen, Central African Republic, and the Philippines. This is in addition to our joint programs on the preparation of the Atlas of Islamic World Science and Innovation, OIC Green Technology Blueprint, and Ebola Response Program. Mr. Chairman, distinguished board members, as we strive to scale up our partnership in the various spheres in the coming year, permit me to apprise this meeting of the outcome of the 42nd Council of Foreign Ministers meeting of our organization, which concluded its proceedings in Kuwait on 28 May 2015. In addition to the above-mentioned projects, it would be greatly appreciated if this august meeting could lend support to the implementation of the various resolutions of the 42nd CFM. The first among these resolutions is the mobilization of additional resources for the Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development, ISFD. The Council of Foreign Ministers has requested the convening of a special session during the next Council of Foreign Ministers scheduled for Tashkent, Uzbekistan in 2016 to mobilize additional resources for the ISFD to enable it expand its pro-poor activities in the identified priority sectors of microfinance support, food security, and vocational training. The second issue is the elaboration of a successor program to the Special Program for Development of Africa as a way of consolidating on the gains realized under the first SPDA. The Council has accordingly resolved that the convening of two sub-regional workshops during the coming year will facilitate an inclusive but member-driven blueprint for socio-economic development in Africa. In the third place, the proposed convening of OIC Stakeholders Forum on Unified Halal Food Standards and procedures is considered as crucial in creating a binding OIC Halal Food Standard, including an OIC-wide consensus on harmonized accreditation and certification procedures. Such a regulatory environment is most needed in the current stage for the purpose of streamlining the activities of certification centers in respect of halal food and products. The other issues that require your esteemed concurrence include the execution of the Dakar, Bamako, Sikasso, Bobo, Dialasso railway segment of the OIC Dakar Port Sudan Railway Project in partnership with the African Union and the West African Economic and Monetary Union, UMOA. The convening of a workshop on microfinance institutions of OIC member states and the proposed sensitization conferences on Islamic social finance, that is Sadaqah, Zakat, and Waqf. The objective of the workshop on microfinance institutions is to kickstart a platform to share and deepen understanding of the Islamic microfinance models, best practices, governance, and standards which are developed by some well-endowed OIC member states. It will also aim at facilitating the elaboration of an OIC action plan on microfinance development, drawing on the experiences gained through implementation of ISFD and SPDA. Finally, I wish to place on record my appreciation of the excellent working relationship existing between the management of the IDB Group and the OIC General Secretariat. I'm convinced that this fruitful collaboration will impact most positively on our joint endeavor as we seek to advance the cause of rapid socio-economic development in our member states. I wish this meeting a successful outcome. Thank you for your attention. Muito obrigado. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, General Secretary of OIC.
Coming for the first time in Mozambique. So it's my duty and responsibility to train you in Portuguese. So sometime I will switch to Portuguese to make sure that when you leave Mozambique, you will be fluent in Portuguese. So now we now can proceed. Ontem nós tivemos a reunião do Comitê de Procedimento.
Yesterday we had the meeting of the Procedures Committee, and I was informed that in order to discuss the reform as we will be, to discuss the way we are going to conduct this meeting, I was informed that the agenda is in your hands. So I would just like to make sure that we can accept that agenda, or is there any proposal or suggestion for change before we start? Does everyone have the agenda? Nobody wants to make any change. No changes whatsoever. Apparently, the delegation of Bangladesh does not have the agenda. Please, the Secretariat, can you? Okay, then, if everyone agrees, let's continue. And how will we continue? We will move into item number 3, which, as far as I am told, or in regards to which some governors would like to take the floor. And because there is a tradition whereby some people circulate the documents, they get to our hands, but others will be speaking, the names of whom will be given to us later by the Secretariat. But it may happen that some people would like to intervene, and for those, we will add them to the list we have now, which will be read by the Secretariat in order to know which countries have already requested to take the floor. So, if you just want to circulate your speech, please do so. Those of you that would like to take the floor can do so, but only once we have gone through the whole list that we have right now. We have until 12:30. If we do not conclude by then, we will continue, taking into account the time constraints that I mentioned, that by 7 p.m. today we will have to conclude, because another event will ensue, and we have a very extensive agenda. So let's see how things will happen. I would now invite the Secretary to mention the countries that have already requested to take the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Chairman, we have a list of 22 countries so far: Jordan, Bangladesh, Saudi Arabia, Palestine, Tunisia, Iran, Indonesia, Lebanon, Morocco, Kuwait, Malaysia, Pakistan, Guinea, Algeria, Maldives, Brunei Darussalam for distribution only, Uganda, Mauritania, Turkey, Oman, Tajikistan, and Nigeria.
So temos 20. You have 20. 20.
22.
22. Pela lista, nós temos 23 países que vão falar. Se cada país falar 10 minutos, nós temos 230 minutos. Ou seja, próximo 2 horas. Mas se falar 5 minutos cada, é... Any problem in translation?
Hello?
The English is not a problem.
Hello, hello? Hello, hello?
It's okay now? Okay. No, I can repeat. estava a dizer.
Okay, let me repeat what I just said.
Okay, right. Okay. Now,
may I invite the governor from Jordan to make his intervention?
You, from your seat. Yeah. Please, Representative, Governor from Jordan.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the Almighty, the Compassionate, Your Excellency, the President of the IDB, Your Excellency, the President of the Group of the IDB, Honorable Governors and alternate governors, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of Allah gratitude and full appreciation to the Republic of Mozambique for hosting our meetings that represent one of the phenomena of common development endeavor. And we thank them for their kind hospitality. Permit me at the outset to direct my deep gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, the President of the Islamic Development Bank Group, and all the staff for the efforts they are deploying in the service of our developing countries. In addition to the efforts that with the assessment of an Islamic financial institution which was able to get the best international economic ratings and a positive representation of common Islamic endeavor. It is also an opportunity to meet with financial economic experts from the different friendly and sisterly countries. Ladies and gentlemen, our meeting is being held at a time that is quite critical because our region is still suffering from political and security instability that has reflected negatively on the efforts that are being exerted by our countries in order to realize good economic levels and stability and facing new economic and social challenges that resulted in extra additional burdens that made it difficult for those countries to face those challenges. In Jordan, despite the security stability that we enjoy, financial political reforms that are being carried out by the government and which allow the government to preserve stability and maintain it despite the difficulties in the region and the problems that are facing. And we have realized financial and economic growth. The rate of growth during 2014 reached about 1.3% of the total production. Yet the different economic and security problems as a result of the Syrian crisis and combating terrorism has added shoulders to Jordan with its limited resources are able to face. It will impede the development efforts by the government and limits the positive developments in our national economy. Hence, the international community with our partners in the different development and regional, international regional institutions are called upon more than ever to shoulder responsibility to stand by Jordan's side in order to be able to carry out its role towards its humanitarian efforts and towards its people. Here I wish to extend my deep gratitude to my brothers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait for their continued support for the development efforts in the Kingdom of Jordan. Ladies and gentlemen, in Jordan, we exerted every possible effort and are facing all the challenges in order to face our commitments towards the region and the whole world. The government lately has issued document 2025, which represents a new national vision that is far-reaching, based on basic principles in support of development for the next decade. The government will work for the preparation of a program to carry out and implement that vision. And parallel with that, we hope that our partners, the different countries and the donor countries and institutions to stand by Jordan's side and support our programs and our development projects related to that program. And in that connection, we have to reconsider the standards and criteria for the qualification of middle-sized income countries to receive assistance and which are facing challenges by the international financial institutions to have easier and softer loans. The Kingdom of Jordan has called on Kuwait 3, the donation conference, to provide middle-sized income countries and which are suffering from the refugees of Syrian refugees, particularly Jordan and Lebanon, to reach credit loans for the sake of development, because in the face of the current standards, it is not possible for those countries to make use of those tools. A matter that will constitute a burden on the Jordan and the development efforts that are exerted by those countries. We are also hopeful that the IDB, as part of its new 10-year program to focus on the support of highly competitive sectors in the member states and to allocate the necessary budgets to allow them to be competitiveness, and that the bank, through its experts, would extend aid to the member states to evaluate the development plans that are being proposed by their governments in order to boost the economic development and to provide the necessary recommendations according to that effort in order to support the private sector, particularly for SMEs, and to continue in the good efforts that are being exerted by the bank in order to encourage our countries to start using the sukuk mechanism as a financing tool that is with fruitful economic results that would help development efforts in the field of development projects of priority, where the population would be able to take part in the development of the countries and invest in their savings, and to limit the national debts and uphold our sovereignty. In conclusion, I have to underline on behalf of the government of Jordan our continued support for the efforts that are being exerted by the IDB group in support of the development projects in the member states, and we extend once again our deep gratitude to the Republic of Mozambique for its kind hospitality and welcome, and I hope every success for this conference, and may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Governador de Jordan.
The governor from Jordan.
And delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. To come here in Mozambique because Bangladesh shares with Mozambique a similar history of fighting the war for its national independence, which was only 5 years before you achieved your freedom. I congratulate the government of the Republic of Mozambique and the people of this brave nation. It's an honor and privilege, Mr. Chairman, for me to address the annual meeting of the IDB for the 8th time. And I am probably the distinguished record holder for attending 14 of the 40 meetings of the IDB, beginning with the first session. I would comment on one thing. That as I express our regards to the government of Mozambique and the IDB for hosting this meeting so well, I would like, however, to mention a discordant note. In the last 6 conferences that I have attended, for the 3rd time, I had problems with accommodation. So I believe in the area of logistics, there should be some improvement and higher level of efficiency. Distinguished guests, my predecessor in making the speech talked about his country last of all. I'm going to talk about my country at the beginning and then go to the relevance of the IDB and the progress that it can make. My country has made pretty good progress in the last 15 years, maintaining an average growth rate of over 6% for all this period. In the current year, it is likely to achieve about 6.77% growth rate. But we seem to be stuck up at 6% plus. We have to get over it in order to realize a higher target of giving relief to such a large number of poor people in the world. It's the least developed country with the largest population among the least developed countries. We have, in the last 6 years, tried to create 2 million jobs a year. But that's not enough for the backlog that we inherited, because annually we are creating 1.8 million labor force, and we have a backlog from before of roughly 10 million. Social protection is an important program in Bangladesh, and this has been the most successful instrument for not simply reducing poverty, which of course is related to growth achievement, but reducing inequality. Bangladesh in 1910 had a level of section. Now, this year, it is 22%, poverty number has reduced to 22%, but most important, the number of very poor has come down to almost half, 9%. We hope that we shall eliminate poverty from Bangladesh by 2030. And its neighborhood now, which you may have seen on the television during the visit of the Indian Prime Minister recently in Bangladesh. We realize that our final goal is very difficult to achieve. We have still challenges in infrastructure deficit, climate vulnerability, modern technology and knowledge-driven production systems. We have, as we promised, that we shall not be a least developed country by 2021. And in this, I think under the great leadership of a dedicated son of the father, daughter of the father of the nation, we are moving in the right direction. And now let me come to the IDB. We are the largest recipient of IDB funds, and the largest amount we take from the ITFC. I complained previously and again complaining, but with good hopes now. We are very good for the least developed countries. It is quite high. I am very happy that with the new grant from the Gates Foundation, it should be easier to provide for more concessional assistance to the poorer countries of the poorer member countries of the IDB. I think a system could be thought where various modes of 8 kinds of financing are followed by the IDB. They should be followed as they are, but a decision should be made to give a larger part in the concessional area, which gets at the moment only about 11% of the total funds which are available to the to the Islamic Development Bank. The OIC map is home of about 1/4 of the world population. 10 fuel exporting member countries fall under the category. Member countries fall under the category of well-to-do countries. But we have a large number of developing countries, poorer countries, because our membership is quite large at the moment. It's 56. IDB is undertaking the member country partnership strategy. That has advanced quite well, and I'm very hopeful that the MCPS would endeavor to promote mutually beneficial partnerships, engagement in a range of regional initiatives to promote cooperation and greater integration among IDB member countries in reverse linkage to such as trade exchanges, transfer of technology, cross-border investments, and sharing of country experiences on the basis of South-South solidarity and trust-based relationship. This will facilitate the integration of the many countries of the IDB as quickly as possible. I have almost come to the end of my statement. I welcome the various kinds of moves that the IDB have been taking in providing financing to all the membership, to almost all the membership that requires assistance. The Gates Foundation contribution has provided a better opportunity to perhaps provide softer funds to the poorer countries, and I would suggest that a comprehensive policy be prepared taking account of all the 8 financing systems and the Islamic Solidarity Fund to propose some modus operandi for the use of the huge funds, grant funds provided by the Belinda and Ben Foundation. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for providing me the opportunity again to share my thoughts, to say a little bit about my country, not much, and hope the meeting a great success and at the same time better fortune for all the members of the Islamic Development Bank in an environment of development with equity. Thank you very much. Khuda Hafiz, Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Caro Governador de Bangladesh.
Thank you very much, the Governor from Bangladesh, for all the ideas that you have put on the table to the benefit of the bank. I am sure that all the speeches and all the contributors, all the speeches will be taken into account and into consideration, and the bank will consider them very carefully in order to enhance its support to its member countries. Let me once more apologize to our Dean for the fact that we were not able to accommodate him to the best of our efforts. This is what we appreciate, honesty and courage to call things by their name, and thank him very much for talking about whatever has bothered him. I would like to seize the opportunity to present my apologies. Right now, and promise that from now on we will do our utmost effort in order to make your visit a pleasant one. Now I will give the floor to the Governor of Saudi Arabia. You have the floor, sir. In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate. Your Excellencies, brothers and sisters, may the peace of Allah be upon you. Gratitude to the Republic of Mozambique, government and people, for the hospitality and warm welcome presented to our meeting here. I would like to thank as well His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Mozambique, for the holding of this meeting, and congratulate the Republic of Mozambique for the 40th Independence Day. I would like also to thank the member countries for their support we are looking forward to the continuity of this support. I would like to commend as well the management of the IDB Group, headed by His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Mohamed Ali, aiming at developing continuously their performance. In order to save time and for time constraints, I requested my speech to be distributed to you all in full. I would like just to underline a few elements of importance related to the performance of the bank. Reviewing the follow-up reports concerning the 10-year strategy, I would like to underline that we are in agreement with a scenario of normal growth that will achieve financial sustainability while underlining the importance of strengthening it with external resources, joint investment and joint financing, and expanding the issuance of sukuk. Also underlining the importance of enhancing the operational performance as well as the production and internal efficiency in order to avoid bureaucracy, and also to make maximum use of technology in business and in following up operations. The memo presented to this meeting entailing that there should be flexibility in determining the start and the end of the financial year should play an important role in harmonizing the cycles of business plans and budgets. Also, the decision of establishing gateway offices of the bank and maintaining these offices should be founded on objective and technical data. As for the reports of the different institutions affiliated to the bank submitted to this meeting, I would like to underline the operations plan of the bank and to note the decrease of the net income compared to the income of the year 1434, as well as the exchange losses incurred by the bank. It would be appropriate to consider the procedures necessary to enhance financial performance and to deal with the delay in the pay-up of the contributions, which might have a negative effect on the rating of the bank and on its financial position. As for the ICD, I would like to thank its management for the positive results achieved during the year 1435 and its obtention of a new rating from the rating agencies. And of course, we aspire to the realization of better resource mobilizations from the market through this rating, and we urge them to continue working to diversify their project and that they agree on the capital increase of ICD to $4 billion American that we support in the kingdom. I would like also to welcome the new CEO of ISEC, Mr. Osama Al-Qaisi, hoping that he would contribute with his team to promoting the business of ISEC and enhancing its performance and achieving the financial and operational results aspired for. Having said that, ISEC still suffers from losses in its core business, and we have long waited for positive results. I hope that the study that is undertaken now on ISFD would lead to concretizing a business model that is positive and that would guarantee the realization of the objectives of ISFD and to reach the beneficiaries, its beneficiaries, in a positive manner. The financing policy should be reviewed in order to safeguard the resources and maintain the resources of ISFD. Joint financing should be, or co-financing should be also promoted. Maintaining the resources of this fund is a must because it's a waqf fund, and also costs and expenses should be controlled. I would like to commend the enhancement in the different indicators of ITFC. Nevertheless, in spite of this progress, work should be continued in order to enhance governance, enhance performance and risk management, audit and diversification of activities in terms of sectors and regions, and also mobilize more resources from outside of the bank. And here I would like to tackle a very important point, Mr. President. We all realize the importance of increasing the resources of the institutions of the bank in order to face the increasing demand of its services from member countries. And the different ways and means to increase these resources include increasing the capital, enhancing the performance, as well as mobilizing resources from the markets. We note every now and then that we resort to increasing the capital of institutions through private subscriptions. And these can help a little bit. Nevertheless, they harm the structure of contributions of other member countries. That is why I would like to request from the managements of the Board of Administrations of these institutions to study carefully this issue and to study carefully the increase in the contribution of any member country. This gap in contributions between member countries should be presented to the member countries to see if any country is willing to cover it, and contributions should be calculated according to the initial contribution in capital in the institution. And if the gap cannot be covered by member countries, then we can call for subscription according to the procedures. I hope that this proposal would go and be studied carefully by the boards of administration. At the end of my speech, I would like to thank once more the management of the bank, represented in Dr. Muhammad Ali and his team, and all the colleagues working in the IDB group. Looking forward to more effort to the service of or to the benefit of our member countries, reconfirming the support that has always been given by the custodian of the two holy mosques, the support to the Islamic Development Bank Group. The support will be maintained, and we urge all member countries to do the same in order to serve development in our member countries. May God crown all our efforts with the success. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, the Governor of Saudi Arabia. Palestine, you have the floor.
Honorable participants, I pay tribute to you, and I hope for your conference every success. And I wish to thank, in the name of Palestine, the government of sisterly Mozambique for the kind hospitality, and I wish to pay tribute to your struggle for freedom on the anniversary of your independence. I pay tribute to the IDB, its president, represented Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, and its administration and technical and administrative staff for the continued efforts that are being exerted to provide the best assistance to the member states in order to realize social and economic and humanitarian development that is objective in order to combat poverty and unemployment, and an increase in commercial activities and a better infrastructure socially and economically. Though Mozambique is a part of Africa, yet it is a very a source of happiness for me that this is of the interest of the bank, because the bank has a humanitarian aspect, development, and international. That meeting is within the bitterness that is being lived by the Arab region. And 1 year after the other, the bitterness and pain and destruction of the Arab region continues, as well as the refugee problem that is still suffered by the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank and in the diaspora. All this has hit the region at large, and all have the reasons. Yet the aim of that pain is the same, is to create further division, further destruction, and to return the region centuries in the past. The efforts that are carried out by the bank makes the bank get prepared for further shouldering of responsibilities through its expertise and experience. The 10-year plan of the bank should be flexible, able to adapt with the different variables and the different changes financially and administratively. We believe that in addition to the security and safety solution, that security solution in the region is not sufficient to tackle terrorism and fanaticism. The solution in an economic development and raising the level of living. And the people are poor not because they are lazy or stupid, but because they did not have anyone who extended an assistance to them to improve their production and their standard of living. I call on the bank to pay interest to children in areas of conflict and wars. Without that, we create a generation for which we can have no future. We are facing a fanatic government now that is killing the establishment of a Palestinian state through the Judaization of Jerusalem and annexation of the different territories, Palestinian territories, and controlling the population in the West Bank, and continued the siege on Gaza, that siege that is still in existence, and impedes the simplest needs of life, and impedes the reconstruction that was pledged by the donor conference that was held in Cairo in October 2010. Since that day, we did not even build one new house of the houses that were demolished by the occupation as a result of lack of finances and the late donations or for the impediments placed by Israel for the construction equipment. Under different pretexts and justifications, Israel has forced the United Nations to have control cameras in all cement storages in Gaza. All those atrocities have made the reconstruction of Gaza a long process and without a time framework to control it. We still have 20,000 people who live in displaced areas that have not protected them from the cold of winter or the heat of summer. Houses have been demolished, farms have been removed, and aggression on Gaza have left more than 2 million tons of garbage and dumps. Mr. President, we have to provide the necessary financing with some flexibility in the procedures. The feeling of despair lived by the youth in Gaza have made them resort to the Mediterranean Sea to immigrate to Europe. As for Al-Quds al-Sharif, every year we appeal to you to buy some time in Jerusalem, and we tell them Jerusalem is being lost from our hands and from the Arab and Islamic Ummah. Yesterday, the settlers have danced on the doors of Al-Aqsa and discouraged it. And there are many plans in order to reconstruct Al-Quds, the first Ummah and the final place for the Muslims. I call upon you to work for the Al-Quds, even at a minimum level, to send some oil. We are exerting every possible effort on your behalf, and we stand steadfast in the city in its different parts. But our hands need your support, and our breath needs the Islamic and Arab breath. Since the occupation in 1967, we are still under occupation. We'll tell you today and tomorrow. It is high time for this Ummah to wake up, and injustice has to end, and the colonials have to be put to an end through our struggle and through our unity and through your prayers. And while we are confronting Israel in the field, we have took the battle to the international arena, to the United Nations and Europe and to the ICC. And on the 25th of June, this month, we'll provide files to the ICC in order to put to trial the Israeli criminals who perpetrate crimes against our people. We may make of every tear of a mother in Gaza a hand of charge against Israel. But what can we do when we are facing internationally and locally that Arab investors have investments in the Israeli settlements through companies in which they subscribe? The Arab and Islamic capital has to wake up and not to seek profit at the expense of the Islamic and Muslim Ummah. With the beginning of this year, brothers, the settlement activities in Jerusalem will reach its peak, and it started in 2015 to be exceeding 220%. We have 651,000 Jewish settlers. They constitute 21% of the population. And this is why in historic Palestine, between the Mediterranean and the River of Jordan, 6.1 million Jews. Today in Palestine, historic Palestine, between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean, there is 6.1 million Jews. In the year 21, in historic Palestine will be 53% of the population Palestinian, and there Israel will not only become a racist state by a status facto, but through legislations and laws after putting an end to the solution of two states that aims at the establishment of a state of Palestine with the borders of 67 with its capital, Al-Quds al-Sharif. The world is governed by interests, and the people are the slaves of their interests. Make of their interests with those who are with us and with them. Let us address ourselves to the world through interest, and let us prevent from, with our financial resources, to any dealings with Israel. There is an international boycott against Israel in Europe next month. The whole European countries will have landmarks, trademarks on Israeli products to prevent them from entry into Europe. And this boycott has reached the churches and the universities and companies. Let us reinforce this international trend. Let us come out of courtesies to the level of interest without abandoning the values of our upright religion and its teachings and tolerant teachers. In conclusion, I thank the bank for what it submits to Israel to lift the difficulties of its people, and I thank the Arab funds for all that they have supplied in order that we would be able to confront through development and economy that treacherous occupation of our territories. I hope for the Arab and Islamic Ummah peace and victory, loftiness and construction, and for your success for your conference, and thank you all.
Muito obrigado, Sr.
Thank you very much indeed, the Governor for Palestine, for this information, this address with a lot of information. We have taken due note, and thank you for that. We can therefore give the floor to the Tunisian Governor. Governor for Tunisia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, and may peace and blessings be upon his Prophet Muhammad, Your Excellency, the Chair of the Board of Governors, Your Excellencies, Governors, Your Excellency, the President of the Islamic Development Bank Group, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. May the peace of Allah be upon you all. Allow me at the outset of this speech to present my deepest expression of gratitude and appreciation to the Republic of Mozambique, President, government, and people for their warm hospitality to the proceedings of the annual meetings of the Islamic Development Bank Group, and for the warm welcome and the hospitality that we have witnessed since our arrival. And I would like to present my congratulations for their 40th Independence Day. At this opportunity, I would like to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation to the Islamic Development Bank Group, headed by His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, for their continuous support of our developmental efforts, contributing by doing so in achieving sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, those who ponder upon the activities of the bank would notice the diversification of its activities and contributions in satisfying the needs of its member countries, especially supporting projects that aim at achieving integration, economic integration, but also underlining the important economic sectors. among the many axes included in the 10-year strategy of the bank 2015-2024, especially in terms of promoting infrastructure, supporting private sector, supporting social development, and the promotion of Islamic finance sector is a clear proof of the vision of the bank and its solid intent to be the preferred development partner of its member countries. The bank has chosen the theme of the role of intra-trade in fostering integration between its member countries as the theme of its forum for this year. This is a reflection and a proof of the importance given by the bank to the theme of integration, economic integration, and enhancing intra-trade between its member countries in order to serve development. It is no secret that Tunisia is going through a pivotal era of its history. In the political field, we have succeeded in achieving a democratic transmission of power with the adoption of a new constitution and the organization of the elections going up to presidential elections that led to the establishment of a coalition government. And no matter how we succeed in this endeavor, we are aware that political success would not be fully successful or fully functional until we do the same on the economic level. In this context, the government has started to prepare for new holistic reforms through the formulation of a new document that aims at enhancing the growth rates, creating more jobs, especially for the university graduates, and to support value-added sectors such as technology. We are also enhancing the atmosphere of business and regaining the confidence of investor through the review of the new investment magazine that we are going to publish very recently, and creating the legal and institutional framework for a new partnership between the private and the public sector. In this framework also comes our intent to recreate a high council, a supreme council for investment that would lead the efforts of the state in the field of investment and formulate a new framework for investments. We are working now to reform the tax system and tax methodology upon the international standards that concretize the principles of transparency and justice and equality between all stakeholders in terms of taxes. We seize this opportunity to commend the fruitful cooperation between Tunisia and the IDB Group, which dates back to the mid-70s. And here we welcome the signing of the Strategic Partnership Document 2013-2015, which was the product of the full consensus between the two parties, reflecting both the priorities of our country and the strategic goals and future vision of the bank until the year 2020. And here we would like to commend the strategic different partnerships and initiatives of the bank in order to decrease the interest rates on its initiatives and on its different initiatives in the field of employment and the Declaration of Jeddah. We are hoping that the bank continues its effort in order to foster its position as a preferred partner and a strategic contributor to the development of its member countries, especially through the adoption of preferential conditions that take into account the critical situation of such countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we agree on the bank's key role in the area of integrated cooperation and integrated economy through supporting the developmental potentials of its member countries and providing them with the best practices in the field of development and transfer of expertise. The establishment of a technical cooperation program is a strong indication of the determination of the bank to go forward to develop a framework to advance human resources in member countries, out of its belief in the importance of this element in achieving sustainable development. Today, we take pride in the skilled Tunisian capacities who were successful in completing a number of projects in member countries according to the international standards and criteria. And we renew our willingness and determination to put all our expertise to the benefit of our friends in the member countries. Ladies and gentlemen, on another hand, and since we are aware of the importance of the financial sector in boosting investment and advancing entrepreneurship, we are now finalizing an integrated legal framework related to Islamic finance that would regulate this mechanism and its tools. In the same context, we praise the prominent role of the bank in developing Islamic finance in our countries. We are looking forward to benefit as much as possible from this experience of the experience of the bank and its excellent rating as we prepare to launch Sukuk this year in Tunisia, and that will be the first issuance of Sukuk for Tunisia. We also commend the strategic partnership between the IDB and the Bank of Zaytuna through the contribution of up to 25% in its capital by the Islamic Development Bank, as well as the cooperation to establish a microfinance institution in Tunisia, as well as the contribution of the Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector in transforming Al-Wifaq leasing into an Islamic bank in Tunisia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are aware of the critical stage and challenges that we have in our hands, and we are determined to go forward with the implementation of our strategic vision for the 5 coming years, relying first and foremost on God the Almighty and on our own independent capabilities, as well as on our development partners who have continued their support, especially in critical times. The international seminar that is scheduled for this year will be an opportunity to present this vision and its different components and to set forth our funding needs. This is an opportunity to extend the invitation to all our development partners, on top of which the Islamic Development Bank, to be present with us during this event. Looking forward to its strong contribution in financing new development projects. I am confident that our institution will not save any effort in supporting Tunisia and standing by its side in all fields of common interest. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish to extend my gratitude to the Republic of Mozambique and my appreciation to the management of the Islamic Development Bank and the Secretariat for the annual meetings, and congratulate them for the good organization, wishing for these proceedings to be crowned with success. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Muito obrigado, senhora governadora da Tunísia. Eu penso que o Banco tomou nota do seu apelo para o apoio à Tunísia. Então, podemos seguir com a apresentação do governador do Irão. Senhor governador do Irão.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil.
In the name of God, Excellencies, esteemed members of the Governing Board, respectful sisters and brothers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. At the outset, I extend my gratitude to the government and people of Republic of Mozambique for this event. Moreover, I wish to express my appreciation to my dear colleague and friend, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Mohamed Ali, as well as the management and staff of the Islamic Development Bank for their relentless efforts for assisting the socio-economic development of the member countries. I hope that the achievements and outcomes of this meeting result in strengthening the cooperation and solidarity amongst Islamic countries. Excellencies, convening the 40th annual meeting of the IDB is a matter of high importance. This has brought the opportunity for the member countries to attend more to the issues such as necessity for fair distribution of wealth, facilities and opportunities, and contagious diseases, and the need for more collaboration among the member countries. I wish that convening this meeting in this very important country would pave the way for more development and growth for Mozambique and all other OIC African members. Mr. Chairman, the economic hardships, the negative growth, and the lack of economic development is a considerable price borne by some of OIC member countries due to the regional conflicts. Though the potential differences do not necessarily translate to unavailability of economic cooperation, but the collaborations could be strengthened under the condition that the differences be managed and contained, the conflicts be settled, and a common understanding on mutual interests be reached. The military conflicts, sectarian clashes, and the growth of terrorist and terrorist groups such as ISIS would destruct the Islamic countries' economic infrastructures and results in poverty, deprivation, and displacement. Therefore, there is a need for cooperation, coordination, and convergence of objectives among member countries in order to upgrade the economic growth and promote the development. Distinguished sisters and brothers, the implementation of appropriate economic policies and structural reforms are the key for assuring the sustainable, continuous, and universal growth. Paying attention to the elements of the labor market, fiscal policies, business environment, and public-private partnership in investments in infrastructure would play a key role in improving the economic condition and activating the potentials for the growth. The fiscal policies and strategies should be flexible and in line with promoting the growth and sustainable employment. Fiscal measures such as maintaining fiscal discipline, mobilizing resources, upgrading institutional framework for risk management, and directing the expenditures towards public services are important for economic growth. It is expected that IDB could assist the member countries by utilizing different monetary and fiscal instruments and methods based on their specific condition. It is worth mentioning the considerable measures and steps have already been taken, but it is not adequate. Moreover, the Islamic financial instruments could play a significant role in growth and development of Islamic banking and capital market and meeting the noble objective of communities. These instruments could be considered as the most appropriate method for mobilizing funds and financing of projects and major economic activities. Excellencies, while expressing my appreciation for the satisfactory performance and significant progress made by the IDB in the course of its 40 years of operation, I avail the opportunity to elaborate on some recommendations in order to upgrade the bank's performance. Given the 5 round of the bank general capital increase, the capital resources of the bank has increased almost by 3 times. Thus, it is expected that the bank promote the level and volume of its contribution and engagement in implementing the infrastructure and development projects of the member countries. It is also expected that the bank would, as always, merely consider the economic considerations in formulating the cooperation with member countries and promote the development and solidarity among them. I should also express my gratitude to the bank for organizing Technological and Innovation Fair as the side event of the 40th annual meeting of the Board of Governors. Employing the smooth and effective supportive mechanisms to promote innovation and technology and extensive support for their commercialization not only assist in formation of knowledge-based economy in OIC member countries, but also encourages the young elite generation and scientists in those countries. It is obvious that training and transfer of updated and high-tech skills should also be attended by the bank and the member countries. The private sector is the engine for economic development of countries, and its access to sufficient financial resources for commercial and production activities could create jobs and generate income for the people, along with decreasing the pressure on the limited public funds. In this context, launching mid- and short-term credit lines by the bank to promote the private sector activities would be of significant importance. Moreover, the capacities and potentials for cooperation among Islamic countries deserves attention in the process of promoting the multinational collaboration. Promotion of intra-trade among Islamic countries through more engagement of ITFC and ICD in member countries is required to strengthen the economic growth. Therefore, promoting the cooperation, facilitating the trade relations, and increasing the trade volume among members towards formation of an Islamic common market products benefit the economic growth in these countries. Excellencies, at the end, while expressing my appreciation to the organizers of the meeting and wishing success for the Islamic Development Bank, I wish these events would facilitate the solidarity and upgrade of the financing system in Islamic countries and result in stability and sustainability of development in the member countries. Thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Governador do Irão, e sobretudo pelas recomendações importantes para o desenvolvimento sustentável dos nossos países. Então, almoço e depois não há almoço. Então tem que coordenar isso. Então, vamos... No translation.
It's not working.
Yeah, I'm saying that, just to remind you that at 1 p.m. will be served, the lunch will be served. But before we move there, I will take some 1 or 2 more speeches, and then we have to break for lunch. But I was saying that being a chairman, I will not announce the lunch personally, because I'm not sure that the lunch is there. So I will ask someone who is taking care of the lunch to come and explain where we will get that lunch. But before we move to lunch, please, thank you, Governor from Iran, but now we can have a governor from Indonesia. So please, Governor from Indonesia, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, the Chairman of the Board of Governors Your Excellencies, fellow governors, Your Excellency, the President of the Islamic Development Banks, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise be to Allah, the Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful, for His blessings so that we are able to attend the 40th Islamic Development Bank annual meetings in good health and high spirits. Prayers and peace be upon our Lord, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, his companions, and his followers. Allow me first to convey my appreciations to the governments and people of Mozambique for their kind hospitality in hosting this event. I would also like to express my sincere appreciations to the IDB President, Excellency Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, and his staff who have worked so hard to organize this event. Your Excellency and distinguished guests, in my brief remarks to you today, I would like to cover three issues: IDB financing activities, IDB senior staffing, and the important role that I think the bank can play in infrastructure investment in member countries. And finally, I will share with you some thoughts about infrastructure and financing arrangements based on Islamic principles. I acknowledge that the bank is always looking for opportunities to expand its activities and mobilize finance for the goods of the member countries. In particular, I appreciate the bank's strategy to issue sukuk globally, which have always been oversubscribed and are a terrific way to promote the Islamic finance industry more generally. Furthermore, to increase the performance of the banks and to ensure the rapid growth of its operations, I fully support the bank's effort to improve its assessment of project financial parameters. I also support the bank's effort to improve disbursement processes to ensure that the finance can be mobilized rapidly for important projects. In relation to the bank management, I understand that there are currently two vacant senior positions, Vice President of Finance and Vice President of Operations. I urge the bank to fill these positions as soon as possible using a merit system to ensure the best candidates are selected to undertake these vital roles. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, we are determined to continue to raise our standard of living, and I believe that infrastructure can play a vital role in helping us to achieve that goals. We recognize the insufficient attention to infrastructure cannot only lead to congestion problems and high logistic costs, but it can also be a major obstacle to new investment by business. I also believe that improving our infrastructure performance can help to address one of our most pressing challenges, which is to reduce the gaps in living standards among our country's regions. With this in mind, in Indonesia, the current President Joko Widodo's government has announced infrastructure development as one of the key policy priorities over the next 5 years, with a particular focus on roads, rail, and seaport developments. Removing our poorly targeted fuel subsidy to create a more room for infrastructure spendings is an important first step in reaching our goals. Of course, getting infrastructure setting right is a challenge for all countries. The OECD has estimated that the global infrastructure investment needs for the roads, electricity, rail, telecoms, and water infrastructure will rise to around 71 trillion by 2030. We understand the bank put a high priority on finance for infrastructures, and we encourage to seek to do even more in this space. In this regard, we think the bank should consider creating a specific purpose infrastructure financing institutions or product based solely on Islamic principles as a way to assist IDB member countries to reach their infrastructure goals. Such a concept does not need to be limited only to Muslim countries, but others who are interested in alternative methods to meet their infrastructure financing needs. Indonesia has some experience in this area that I am pleased to share with you today. Since 2013, we have issued sukuk linked to infrastructure projects as a way to diversify our financing sources and accelerate infrastructure developments more generally. This has helped to boost the value of our Islamic financing portfolio which began following the passing into law in 2008. Suku issuance by the government has also attracted the interest of the private sectors, and we are happy to share our knowledge and experience in this area with other members, including the IDB reverse linkage programs. Your Excellency and distinguished guests, as you know, the bank has played significant roles in the development of the Islamic financial systems, and Indonesia and other member countries have benefited greatly. With further effort and cooperation among members, we are confident that together we can help the banks to achieve its visions to become a world-class economic development banks inspired by Islamic principles to address challenges faced by the Ummah. We urge the institutions to continue its efforts to help its member countries to tackle future challenges. Finally, I pray to Allah, the Almighty, and the Merciful to grant us success in the upcoming years. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Governador da Indonésia.
Thank you very much, the governor from Indonesia, for your ideas, mainly in the area of funding to infrastructures. We're now going to have the last speech in this session before lunch, the governor from Lebanon.
Senhor Governador do Líbano, tem a palavra, se faz favor.
معالي رئيس مجلس المحافظين، معالي رئيس البنك الإسلامي للتنمية، أصحاب المعالي المحافظون والمحافظون المناوبون، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أود في بداية كلمتي أن أعرب لكم عن أسف دولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء المحافظ عن لبنان لعدم تمكنه من المشاركة في هذا الاجتماع نظرا لما يواجهه لبنان حاليا.
Was supposed to participate in this meeting. For the speech from me.
والتي أصاب
The problem of Syria has a socio-economic and security impact on Lebanon, as well as the instability suffered by the brotherly countries. I would like to express our thanks to the President of the Republic of Mozambique and his government for the warm welcome extended to us and all the efforts made for all the measures taken for the success of the meeting. Here, I would like to say that the speech should be incorporated among the documents of the meeting for us to use them during the discussions. I'm convinced that the spirit of brotherhood that prevails during this meeting will have a positive effect on the outcomes of this meeting and would add another dimension to the role of the bank, which has just enhanced its capacity and its resilience as a bank that helps development. And I would like to express my thanks to the President of the IDB for the indefatigable efforts being made for these institutions and which calls for our cooperation. I'm sure that the results obtained would not have been possible without his knowledge of developmental issues. Now, the meeting being held today is of great importance due to the events and the upheavals and interventions, external interventions that some of our states are experiencing. This affect. We hope that the stability will win it all. In Lebanon, we are suffering as like all the neighboring countries because of the flow of displaced persons. Today, we have 1.5 million displaced people with all the economic and security consequences arising from this. That's why there is
increased unemployment and the growth rate has dropped. We hope that with the support of the Islamic Development Bank, we will resolve the problems Lebanon is suffering from. And we are just aspiring for peace and non-interference in our affairs. I would like to acknowledge the efforts being made and the assistance given to us to equip our army for it to be able to fight against terrorism, which is gaining grounds while looking into the noble values of our religion. I hope the Islamic Development Bank will adhere to the plan to help the minorities. Now, finally, these Islamists are committing barbaric acts which cannot be accepted by the human conscience. I think that studies should be carried out in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, in reading the annual report, we observe with satisfaction the extension of the activities of the bank in the various sectors, particularly in agriculture, transport, education, infrastructure, and Islamic finance. I would like to pay tribute to the bank group for this report, while underscoring the need to lay emphasis on innovation so that we can be at par with the advanced countries, because we have talents in our region. Now, the bank was right in focusing on this issue. We would like to congratulate them for the new 10-year strategy, which is characterized by the clear nature of its themes and results and perspectives. It is important to this end that the issue of pollution should be given the place it deserves for the realization of social justice. There is another point which is constantly raised during the board meeting, that is the reduction of the margin, the benefit margin on the public and private projects. It is important for this profit margin to be less than what the other financial institutions receive, so that the bank can maintain its special imprint, and this should not affect the financial situation of the bank, because it is there to face all the challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that faced with the economic and social crisis existing now, the bank should operate in a sustained manner and have meet the expectations of our people, enhance our development capacities, increase the volume of trade, and promote the private sector. Hence, the need to establish international networks that will reduce the gap between our countries and promote the establishment of a common economic market. The bank has established the Mudaraba formula, which will boost the small and medium-scale enterprises, particularly the industrial sector and renewable energy. I would like at the end of this message to reaffirm our support to the bank and its institutions, and in particular I would like to express my consideration for His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Ali, who has steered the affairs of the bank with wisdom, which has led the bank to become a dynamic institution and has been given a high place a high rating among financial institutions. I would like also to thank the government of Mozambique. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to thank the governor of the bank of Lebanon.
Neste momento vamos parar para ser anunciado a fase seguinte, mas eu queria informar que ainda tenho os seguintes países para falar.
We have a number of countries that I would like to take the floor, so we will stop here for the lunch break. Kuwait, Malaysia, Pakistan, Guinea, Algeria.
Keep these interests of the living space. Maldives, Brunei, Darussalam. But for these countries, for his distributor, will be circulating. He's not going to have to take the floor. And then we have Uganda, Mauritania, Turkey, Oman, Pakistan, and Nigeria. So there are some other. No. Anyone who is not in the list, but he would like to be included in the list. Yes? Turkey is here. Turkey. The Gambia. So we include the Gambia. Now, I want to inform that at 3 p.m. It's 3 p.m. We have a seminar. Will be in the room number 3, not here in the program. Maybe you have here, but it's room number 3. So, just to give you the topic of the next seminar is the role of intra-regional trade and strengthening economic cooperation among member countries. So we will have this seminar at 3 p.m. We hope that by 5:30 p.m. we will be here again to continue. And I hope that by 7 p.m. we will adjourn the session. But also tomorrow we will start at 9, so we can have some space. But I'm sure that we are very dynamic governors, and we will finish space today and all the program today. But because tomorrow there are some other annual meetings for other institutions, so we will do our best so that we finish the speech today. But if it's not possible, as Mozambican, I don't have a problem to have you with us for 1 week. You can stay here because you are contributing for my balance of payments. So I will leave it to the Secretary to give what is the next step now. Please.
Well, even though some of us have been here for a few days, I can assure you that Mozambique still has some food left. And it will be outside this building, tent, not far from here, immediately. But again, it will not be a heavy lunch because we would like to see you back at 3 o'clock for the annual symposium on intra-regional trade in the meeting room close by. So have a good lunch from Mozambique.
So if we have that, I can announce that we break for lunch because I'm sure now that we have lunch. Although it will be finger lunch. And also this has nothing to do with the financial constraint from the IDB. That will be practical working lunch. Thank you. Thank you.
because there are some additions. We have finished all of this. Yeah, now we move on. I don't think that we will finish today these speeches.
It will be difficult. Unless unless
I will try to call to you, sir, if they will understand my. Assalamu alaikum. My brothers and sisters, we have to continue our meeting. Well, I'm switching now for Portuguese. Nós temos ainda muitos países para intervir. Então, eu estou numa situação.
I'm in a difficult situation. In the first place, I cannot interrupt a brother when he is speaking. But at the same time, we need to close the program, to complete the program within the deadline and giving everyone the opportunity to speak. So I would ask you, please collaborate so that those who have interventions to present can do it. Those who want to speak should be able to speak and try to push things in order, we should try to speak only for about 5 minutes so that we can give the others the opportunity to speak as well. I said before, I'm not in a hurry. If you want, if you can, we can stay for a week. But I'm sure that some brothers, some other governors and other responsible officers have things to do. So let's do the utmost possible to accelerate our work without missing the content and the relevance of our interventions. And please discount these 2 minutes that I have used. We should now call the governor of Morocco to intervene. Your Excellency, the governor of Morocco, Banco, no?
Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, Minister of Finance in the Republic of Mozambique, Your Excellency, Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. I'm truly delighted at the beginning to express my gratitude to the Republic of Mozambique for having hosted the 40th meeting of the Board of Governors, for the good reception we have had since our arrival here. I would like to note at the same time that there is good organization for the works of this meeting. I would like also extend my vote of thanks to Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, the chairperson of the IDB Group, for his great efforts that helped to develop the IDB Group and concretize its developmental role in order to serve us and serve the development of our Islamic nation. Your Excellencies, despite despite the fact that the world economy is recovering, the economic development in our Islamic countries are putting a lot of challenges related to the low economic growth levels and the different levels of growth here and there, and the geopolitical developments that we can see here and there, plus the fluctuations. We aspire that the bank will double its efforts in order to win these bets by different new facilities according to new easy conditions, so that they can respond to the new developments, especially in the field of funding of the different sectoral economic developments, and also the intensification of the bank's interventions in the strategic sectors in the member states, and also coping with great projects in order to put in place the major infrastructures, as well as diversifying the sources of development is very important, as well as supporting the funding and the flow of capital between the Islamic countries in order to better use the different investment funds and concretize the partnerships between the private and public sector, as well as enabling the IDB group to support the socio-economic dimension of development, as well as supporting the technical assistance, and also granting more support in order to deal with unemployment, especially that of the young people, and the socio-economic disparities that exist regarding the funding small and medium, and also intensifying the support for the Islamic countries in order to develop the contractual aspects, so that there will be more investment flows in the member states during the economic cycle, and that the bank should continue its work by facilitating its funding conditions by revising the margin of profit applicable in its different operations, so that the bank can continue its good efforts in order to provide support to the Palestinian people, so that its suffering could be reduced through our different development projects or through the AXA funds. Your Excellencies, I will not lose this opportunity without mentioning a vote of thanks for the efforts exerted by the bank in Morocco throughout the different economic and development investment projects. My greatest thanks and gratitude go to the other Islamic member states that support the development efforts in Morocco, namely Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. In conclusion, allow me, Your Excellencies, to renew my thanks to the Republic of Mozambique. May Allah help us to do the best for our nations. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Governador de Marrocos.
العالمين.
In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, praise be upon Prophet Muhammad. Your Excellency, Chairperson of the IDB Group, Your Excellencies, the Governors and the Deputy Governors, Your Excellency Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, Chairperson of the IDB Group, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. I'm truly delighted at the beginning of my speech to extend a vote of thanks to the Republic of and the people and Republic of Mozambique for hosting this meeting of the IDB Group and for their good welcome and have put in place for this meeting. and also in order to respect the chairmanship, to respect time, and also to save time, taking into account that all speeches will be documented, I would like to focus on the most salient points that have been mentioned, that will be mentioned in our speech. Kuwait has fully paid its share in the capital of the bank, and it has also contributed 50% of the subscribed capital of the Islamic institution for guaranteeing investments. Also commending the different investment projects achieved by the IDB Group after having looking at the report of activities of the past year. The decrease of the general resources of the bank at a ratio of 28% compared to the last year. That means the executive, the board of executive directors must do everything in order to benefit from the current operations of the bank. We should also mention what has been done by the Boston Group regarding the evaluation of the 40 years of the existence of the bank, the new 10-year strategy of the bank, and taking into account the importance of inclusiveness and the development of Islamic financing, and also commending the development of the annual report of the bank, hoping that the bank will continue this effort in order to better use modern technology. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Governador Kuwait, sobretudo.
Okay. I'd like to thank His Excellency the Governor from Kuwait.
O Governador da Malásia, se faz favor.
I'd request the Governor of Malaysia to take the floor.
Chairman of the Board of Governors, Excellency President of the Islamic Development Bank, fellow governors, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the government of Mozambique for the warm welcome and gracious hospitality extended to the Malaysian delegation and I. Over the years, we witnessed IDB growing and playing an important role in partnering its member countries in realizing their development agenda. I'm indeed proud to note the various successes achieved by IDB. Reached $104.3 billion by the end of the quarter. The net program approvals increased significantly from $1.5 billion US in the 5-year period of 1976 to 1980 to $44.9 billion in the latest 5-year period of 2010 to 2015. Indeed, IDB has rightly focused on infrastructure development as a key agenda in its operations. The provision of modern infrastructure, together with balanced development programs and a stable economy, are prerequisites for sustainable and inclusive growth. The demand for infrastructure financing is growing rapidly, with nations striving to upgrade their infrastructure system. However, a critical gap exists between demand for funds and actual financing available. The World Bank estimated in 2014 that long-term investment needs of developing countries is between $1.2 trillion US dollars a year, while the amount of financing available is valued at $800 billion US dollars. As such, we must seek new innovative ways in securing investments for infrastructure, as the traditional source of public funds is limited. With this in mind, I would like to commend IDB for launching the IDB Infrastructure Fund worth $2 billion US dollars in 2014. As an institution, IDB has evolved over the decades since its formation and has brought about change to the livelihood of millions of people all over the world. The global development environment, however, has changed, bringing along a host of challenges which are often intertwined. My concern is, if any of our member countries may face economic disconnection in the process of global economic evolution, now moving into what is termed as emerging future. What we are witnessing today, whilst the percentage of OIC's GDP to world GDP had grown from 6.2% in 2005 to 9% in 2013, in 2014 the figure dropped to 8.9%. In terms of OIC's GDP growth, it had declined from 6.6% in 2012 to 4.5% in 2013 and to 3.6% in 2014. This is worrying. I trust multilateral development banks have analyzed these challenges and are now upscaling themselves to better serve their members. This is definitely still much to do. In this regard, last year, IDB launched the 10-year strategic framework. Malaysia believes that the 10-year strategic framework will give impetus to IDB to meet the many challenges that this century would bring. In this light, I hope IDB will not only provide financial assistance, but also to disburse knowledge and expertise to its members. IDB should be seen as a development institution possessing a repository of knowledge that members can not only utilize but also contribute to. Assistance to member countries should be packaged with knowledge transfer as a value-added proposition. As an institution of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, IDB has the opportunity to capitalize on the various programs undertaken by institutions under the OIC umbrella. There is indeed much potential for partnership between various OIC organs, and IDB can take the lead in formulating new initiatives to be collectively pursued by OIC and the member states. I would suggest for IDB to be a platform for OIC-IDB planning for finance ministers to deliberate on global development trends and agenda. This will surely promote greater understanding and cooperation on development agenda among IDB members. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor of the Bank of Malaysia, especially for the suggestion you are giving the bank to face the great challenges in terms of infrastructures. My list, there was Pakistan, but I think there was a decision to distribute a printed copy of the message. So the next intervention will come from the Guinea. The governor of the Bank of Guinea. Guinea. When I say, I mean Guinea Conakry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. Governor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished governors and alternate governors, Your Excellency, Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, President of the Islamic Development Bank Group, Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the Executive Board of Directors of the Islamic Development Bank Group, distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps and representatives of international institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, the holding of the 40th annual meeting of the Islamic Development Bank Group here in Maputo is an acknowledgement of the laudable efforts made by this country in order to make a valuable contribution to the actualization of the Islamic Ummah. I'd like to join the previous speakers to thank and commend the President of the Republic of Mozambique, the government and the people of Mozambique for the efforts made and for the very warm welcome extended to all of us ever since we arrived in this beautiful capital. Ladies and gentlemen, Guinea and Mozambique have always had cooperation relations well rooted in history, right from the first hours of the heroic struggle of the brotherly Mozambican people against colonial occupation. And this was done with a common will to build an Africa which restores human dignity and guarantees the economic, social, and cultural well-being of its populations. Ladies and gentlemen, la lucha continúa. This is indeed the slogan that we learned from President Samora Machel, president of Frelimo, when, as young students, we used to march in front of him in the early 1970s in Falana, the birth town of the first president of the Republic of Guinea. La lucha continúa. And this struggle has continued right up to the full-fledged independence of Mozambique in 1975. President Machel's slogan is still topical. La lucha continua. Indeed, the struggle is continuing for the economic and social development of our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the organization of this meeting was made possible inter alia due to the efforts of an exceptional person, our brother and friend, Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, and his staff, who have made the Islamic Development Bank a funding institution of international repute. I'd like to express my sincere congratulations and my deep gratitude to him. Your Excellency, distinguished President of the Board of Governors, distinguished governors and alternate governors, distinguished guests, as mentioned by the annual report of IDB that has been submitted to our consideration, and I quote, the year 2014 has been difficult for the global economy after 6 years of a slow and unequal revival in different countries. The very serious geopolitical tensions, the volatile nature of commodity prices, the high rate of unemployment, particularly among the youth, macroeconomic imbalances, the revival of diseases, particularly the Ebola virus disease, are all scourges which a number of member countries of the bank have suffered from and are still part of 3 countries which were struck by the Ebola virus hemorrhage fever. According to official statistics at the end of May 2015, this disease led to 2,010 deaths out of 3,223 confirmed cases, with a case fatality of 62.40%. The Guinean economy was seriously struck by the consequences of the disease in spite of the joint measures, response measures undertaken by the state and its technical and financial partners. The economic growth projections, initially estimated at 4.5%, have been reviewed and have been brought down to 1.1% in 2014. In 2015, the slackening is even more serious, with a zero growth, according to IMF estimates. Foreign direct investments have declined by 77% compared to 2013, thus reflecting the magnitude of the panic caused by the disease outbreak. In the public finance sector, the health crisis has caused tremendous loss in revenue of an amount of 0.6% of the GDP for the last 3 quarters of 2015. Similarly, public expenses have increased by 15.1% compared to 2013, thus leading to off-donation budget deficit estimated at 6.6% of the GDP. Now, in the banking sector, the crisis was felt with the accumulation of delays and defaults in refunding credits, thus leading to a restructuring of loans. Foreign exchange reserves have fallen by 88%, thus leading to tensions on the foreign exchange market. Now, considering the dimension of this tragedy, the Guinean government has developed a post-Ebola revival plan, which has been funded jointly by which we hope will be funded by the Arab and Islamic funds and institutions. In the wake of the situation, I must specify that the solidarity of the international community has been forthcoming very promptly and very vigorously. In this regard, IDB was among the first institutions to offer a generous financial assistance to our country. In addition to an emergency assistance, our brother, Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, obtained from late King Abdullah bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud financial support in the form of donations, which contributed to the reopening of classes and to the rehabilitation of the health system, which had totally been depleted. For the implementation of this donation, he came personally to Guinea, and this at the height of the health crisis. In addition to this support, the IDB financing approvals to our countries in 2014 amounted to one of capital importance for our countries. Your Excellency, distinguished Chairman of the Board of Governors, distinguished governors and alternate governors, may I be allowed on this occasion to discharge a duty, and that is to convey to the President of the IDP and to the authorities of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia the sincere thanks of the President of the Republic of Guinea, Professor Alpha Condé, for these actions of generous solidarity. We will always remember this. And I'd like to conclude my statement by thanking all the countries and all the institutions which have, in one way or the other, supported our country in this painful trial. May Allah, the most gracious and generous, help us to get rid of this disease and be rid of all disasters in the future. May Allah crown our work with success, and may the Ummah benefit from its well-being. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor of Guinea, especially for reminding us that we in Mozambique always remember that the struggle continues. The struggle continues against the 6 Ds.
Debt, desequilíbrio, destabilization, and desertification. So, a luta again continua contra esses 6 Ds.
So the struggle continues against those 6 Ds, and we hope that we are able to advance, to give steps into the improvement of our lives. Thank you very much. May I now ask Algeria to take the floor?
Bismillah, walhamdulillah. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, praise be to the Lord of the universe, and peace and blessings be upon our noble Prophet. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman of the Board of Governors, Your Excellencies, the Honorable Governors, the Honorable Chairman of and President of the IDB Group, Your Excellencies and Highnesses, Honorable Ladies and Gentlemen. It is a matter of high gratification for me, as a matter of fact, to have the opportunity through my country, Algeria, to have the opportunity to address in my own person, and on behalf of the members of my delegation, to express our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the sisterly country and Republic of the Mozambique, its government, its people, its bodies and institutions, for their warm welcome and hospitality, which actually form one of the core tenets and principles and values of these people that are well endeared to us in Algeria. We also wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to those in charge of these meetings for their commendable efforts to ensure the good progress of these meetings. Foremost of these, there is the staff of the IDB Group and its president, Dr. Mohammed Ahmed Ali. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, having reviewed the annual report of the IDB, we have noticed that despite the difficulties and hardships witnessed by most of the international financial institutions, yet the IDB has achieved very honorable and respectful results and has continued to extend assistance to the member states. The current global financial situation makes it incumbent of the IDB to take up challenges, to rally efforts and resources in assistance to its member states to face up to these changes and challenges. Quite undoubtedly, this meeting of ours is significant in view of the opportunity it gives us to follow up our activities as a forum that has become one of the key fora for us to exchange views on a continuous basis on optimal ways and practices to face up to the changes and challenges imposed upon us by the global developments and to raise up our level of activities in the service of our member states. This is an opportune occasion for us for cooperation between our member states, both bilaterally and regionally. It is also gratifying for me to reiterate here and emphasize the honor we feel and our esteem and respect for the commendable roles played by the IDB in promoting the economic and social infrastructures of our countries and for promoting full economic integration between our Islamic countries. We are also proud of its activities in support of our economies throughout the past years and decades. And today, we feel the need to such an institution more than ever in the past, in view of the major developments witnessed across the region that call for further cooperation and improvement of the economic and social environment in our countries. We reiterate fully our ambitions, our anticipation for our joint action in support of this institution towards achieving these goals. Mr. Chairman, the high rating, the A rating achieved by the IDB from the international rating, 3 pioneering rating international institutions, is proof to the wise and sagacious policy followed by our IDB under the leadership of Dr. Mohammed Ahmed Ali. May Allah grant him long life, and also thanks to, or the credit goes to its staff and officials. The aspirations and hopes that we pin upon the IDB to achieve the economic and social promotion and prosperity and to redress the pathways and policies followed is not an easy task in view of the various developments witnessed by our member states across the Islamic world, which have cast a shadow of greater difficulties economically on our member states, such as to have led to an increase of the rate of unemployment, the rate of poverty. Our member states are facing challenges at the short term to achieve economic stability and the difficult balance between responding to the social pressures and achieving the pressing needs of the people, and at the same time taking the necessary reforms to redress the financial situation and create the appropriate environment to encourage investment and the development of the private sector and to ensure efficiency. Of course, the external factors increase the difficulty of achieving these goals. Of course, the international economic situation and the lack of opportunities, the rise of the price of foodstuffs, the drop in the price of fuel, the petrol, and all these matters make it difficult for us to achieve these goals. And yet, we are very much optimistic with the grace of God Almighty that these developments will, in the end result, place our economies on the right track towards achieving integrated and sustainable development that is characterized by economic efficiency. We include in this regard the need for promoting the economic and social prosperity of our people and orienting our activities towards a more integral development and seeking for greater efficiency and competitivity at the level of the international market. This calls for strategies and reforms of multiple facets, both in the medium and long term, that will focus on increasing investments, improving poor regions and provinces, building institutions, expanding these services and opportunities to access to these services, and financial global support, achieving economic stability and improving the investment environment that is a building block for the deployment and promotion of the private sector and the infrastructure. All of these impose or call for financial and technical contributions from the IDB over the coming stage. You will find in your country, Algeria, which is making its way towards a sustainable economy, you will find an effective partner in your commendable efforts in this area. Your Excellencies, I wish to renew, before I conclude, once again reiterate that the IDB today is called upon today more than any time at any time in the past to deploy all its capacities, potential and experiences and resources to help the member countries improve their economies and situation, given the fast-paced developments worldwide, in order to respond to the aspirations of our people that aspire to a dignified living in an environment of equity and positive participation. Before I conclude my intervention, I wish to pay a special tribute to the IDB staff, foremost of whom President Dr. Muhammad Ahmed Ali, for all their commendable efforts in order to ensure the proper administration of this institution and raising its level to optimal performance, such as to achieve the aspirations of the Islamic Ummah. I'm also very thankful to all those who contributed from however far, and foremost of these, the Mozambique authorities, in ensuring the success of this meeting. My thanks are also extended once again to the sisterly country and Republic of Mozambique for hosting this meeting, and we wish this very much esteemed and dear country from Algeria continued prosperity and development. I pray to God Almighty to crown our efforts with success and guide us towards prosperity. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Governor of Algeria, in particular for this package of challenges that we have before us in order to ensure sustainable development, and in which the IDB is called for support. Next, the floor will be with the Governor of the Maldives.
Tem a palavra, Maldives.
Bismillah. The President of Islamic Development Bank Group, Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, Your Excellencies, Mr. Chairman, Governors and alternate governors, dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a great honor and privilege to me to address the 40th annual meeting of the Islamic Development Bank Group held in the beautiful, enigmatic African country, Mozambique. On behalf of our delegation, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the government of Mozambique for their warm hospitality and good reception. On the same note, let me also congratulate the IDB Group and the stewardship of His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali for the bank's excellent performance in fostering socio-economic development in the member countries. At this juncture, as we gather here in Africa, on behalf of the people of Maldives, I'd like to express our heartfelt condolence for the thousands of lives lost and to all the victims and families affected by the Ebola epidemic. At the same time, let us also applaud the resilience shown by the African economies with a remarkable growth of 4.5% in 2015, despite the Ebola outbreak and falling commodity prices. Excellencies, just as Mozambique, this year Maldives celebrates its golden jubilee of independence, and we like to thank the assistance of IDB Group in the economic development process of Maldives, which has transformed the small island economy into one of the world's famous tourist destinations, seen as the paradise in the world, which everyone is eager to visit once in their lifetime. This tourism-led growth has enabled the country to be graduated to a middle-income country in 2011 with a GDP per capita of over $7,000. IDB's generous development financing in key infrastructure projects, social sectors, and technical assistance has been essential during this journey. Excellencies, the newly elected government of President Abdullah Yameen in 2013 has embarked upon an ambitious economic agenda to transform the economy. The government's vision is to make Maldives a resilient, diversified, high-income economy in the next decade through promotion of foreign investments, private sector-led growth, and population consolidation. During this short period of time, GDP has grown vibrantly, and the tourism sector has shown its resilience once again, with tourist arrivals surpassing the 1 million mark last year. Concurrently, domestic and external stability has been restored, with low inflation and gradual reduction in both the current account and the fiscal deficit. Distinguished delegates, government gives special importance to people empowerment through economic growth and employment creation. Similarly, government has prioritized job creation for the youth in order to reduce the high youth unemployment at 40%. As such, government has been executing many policies towards the creation of almost 95,000 jobs for the youth through skill development and promoting youth entrepreneurship. In this regard, IDB's micro-enterprise development project has been the key for the launch of the enterprise development program this year. And the program has already established 6 regional business centers across Maldives, and it is designed to improve the access of SMEs to various business development services. In addition, with the assistance of IDB, a line of finance facility is planned to be announced this June 2015 to provide Islamic financing for SMEs in the government's prioritized sectors. Excellencies, to transform the economy, the government has also earmarked key infrastructure projects worth of over $1 billion, including the development of the second phase of Hulumale, a totally new which we called a bridge connectivity between the capital city Male and the Hulumale, the development of Male port, and the expansion of the Ibrahim Nasir International Airport. The youth city, with a target population of over 150,000, and the connecting bridge, firstly ever to be built in Maldives, would enable the government to attract more than 2/3 of the population of Maldives. In this respect, governments intend for a planned urbanization to take place, using pull factors for migration such as employment opportunities and affordable housing. Distinguished delegates, these are bold and ambitious key infrastructure critical for the economic transformation and in realizing Maldives' vision of being a diversified economy in the South Asia by the next decade. The financing for this project would be a key challenge. However, we are confident that generous development financing from the bilateral and multilateral institutions, including IDB Group, and also the private sector of FDIs would help to bridge the gap. The government is also positive that the part of the required financing could also be raised from domestic revenues and other sources within the country in the near future. As such, government is very keen in the development of the domestic financial market with the establishment of an international financial center. A key part of the international financial center would be Islamic finance, and the government is committed to make Maldives as a regional hub for Islamic finance. In this regard, government has intensified its effort to develop an investor-friendly environment with the enactment of key legislation, such as the Special Economic Zone Act last year, giving special incentives to attract FDIs, including for the establishment of an international financial center. Hence, to attract the world's renowned Islamic financial institutions, government is eager in the development of a comprehensive legislative framework for Islamic finance and is eager to seek the IDB's expert knowledge in this area. Excellencies, during the last decade, with the assistance of IDB Group, Maldives has established ICD and the government of Maldives. The first Islamic bank, Maldives Islamic Bank, was opened in 2011. Likewise, recently in January 2015, one of the largest domestic banks in Maldives, the Bank of Maldives, where for deposit, the MIB and the BML Islamic window has shown the high demand for Islamic finance from the public. Consequently, during the period, many other conventional financial institutions has also started offering Islamic products, including housing finance, while Islamic Takaful window has also been introduced by 2 insurance companies in Maldives. Similarly, Maldives Hajj Corporation Limited was incorporated in 2013 as an Islamic savings scheme to pay waive for all the citizens of Maldives to perform their Hajj at an affordable cost. In this journey, the continuous support of IDB Group is highly noted, especially in the development of legislative framework. Even now, with the assistance of IDB Group, legislations on zakat and awqaf are being developed, and we are confident that these laws would be enacted in the coming years. Distinguished delegates, in conclusion, being a 100% Muslim nation, we Maldivians believe we could play an active role and be a model Islamic country in the development of Islamic finance and in achieving IDB's vision of fostering socio-economic development and shared prosperity in line with the Islamic Sharia. In this effort, may Allah Almighty guide us and crown our deliberations with success. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor of the Maldives, especially for the paths that you are following. I was listening attentively. We also have some islands. Maybe we should see what we can do in the area of tourism, and in particular, the commitment to solve the problems of the youth. That is a big problem that we all have to face and overcome. May I now call, it's in my list as a next lecturer, the governor of Uganda.
Mr. Chairman of the Board of Governors, the President of the IDB Group, fellow governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a pleasure for me on behalf of the government of the Republic of Uganda to address this assembly. First, I'd like to join the previous speakers in expressing my delegation's gratitude to the authorities of the Republic of Mozambique and the leadership of the IDB for the efficient arrangements that have been put in place for this annual meeting, as well as the hospitality and welcome that has been accorded to us. Mr. Chairman, I want to put on record Uganda's appreciation to the IDB's group for the achievements highlighted in the 2014 annual report, which was a year of many challenges ranging from youth unemployment, volatile prices of oil, political instability, the ever-increasing food prices and disease, for example, Ebola, which have caused shock in our economies and many others. It is very commendable that the bank, under the dedicated and foresighted leadership of Dr. Muhammad Ali, has been able to oversee the economies of the member states and provide guidance for them. All this while keeping the bank's AAA rating from Fitch, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's. We note that the IDB cumulative development assistance to member countries from 1974 to 2014 reached the level of 101.7 billion, and net approvals for last year reached US dollars 10.9 billion, a sign that member countries continue to benefit from the net transfer of resources from the IDB. So, Chairman, the IDB did conclude a midterm review of our country, and the results show that our performance was over 100%, with US dollars 357 million approvals out of the budgeted 300 million under the member country partnership strategy. The midterm review of the member country partnership strategy identified challenges and constraints to implementation, which included but were not limited to the need to increase IDB involvement in supervision activities to enhance competitiveness of IDB's financing and to increase country familiarization with IDB procedures. The bank group and the government agreed to work towards addressing these challenges during the remaining period of the member country partnership strategy and the current national development plan. While we move forward along these lines, the public development member countries can benefit by improvement in the bank's financing terms through suitably tailored tools. In Uganda, funding is requested in terms of roads, railways, energy, power transmission lines, besides the support to the education and health services. Uganda has prioritized infrastructure, investments and development in these projects so as to promote growth. These investments are very important and play a catalytic role in reducing poverty levels, in creation of employment for the youth, in uplifting the standards of living of our population, as well as promoting industrialization, value addition to our products, and therefore increase in export trade at both regional and international levels, thus promoting our balance of trade. Infrastructure investments contribute to the ease of doing business and therefore attracts foreign direct investments necessary to substitute the gaps on development partner support. So, Chairman, I cannot re-emphasize the need to support small and medium enterprises development through government institutions like the Uganda Development Banks and other banks. So, Chairman, before I conclude, I'd like to re-echo. I'd like to state the need to establish a country office in Uganda to strengthen the IDB's field presence in Uganda, which will in turn increase and strengthen its involvement in the running of its portfolio in Uganda. Many IDB member countries in our country department 4, CD4, have no IDB representation. In that light, Uganda would be very much willing to host an IDB country office to cover the CD4 countries. This would no doubt facilitate dialogue both with government and development partners in the country. I thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor of Uganda, especially for the encouragement that you are giving to our bank, which last year operated in adverse conditions at world level, but was able to attain good results. And the next speaker will be the Governor of Mauritania. Please take the floor, Mr. Governor of Mauritania.
والصلاة والسلام على النبي الكريم. معالي رئيس
Your Excellency, the Chairman of the Board of Governors, the Minister of Economy and Finance in the Sisterly Republic of Mozambique, Excellencies, the Governors and alternate Governors, His Excellency, the President of the IDB Group, Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, Your Excellencies, the Ministers, Your Excellencies, the Heads of Delegates, invitees, dear audience, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you all. It is an honor and pleasure to address this honorable gathering on the occasion of the 40th annual meeting of the Islamic Development Bank Group. This group that forms today the hope of the Ummah in integrity and in pioneering to reconstruct the whole world and serve all humanity. Allow me at the outset to express our deepest gratitude to the government and Republic of Mozambique for the hospitality and generosity and the precise organization since we set foot on the territory of Maputo. Allow me on this occasion also in the name of my country and personally to express congratulations to the IDB Group for its remarkable accomplishments over the span of 40 years. Mr. President, you have managed to provide assistance in full modesty and sincerity to all peoples and nations who have needed such assistance. The best witness to that is the amount of turnover of the amount of financing that IDB has been provided to, and the map of countries that have benefited from this coverage, covering all 5 continents. Our African continent has gained the most of that in terms of shares. The successful development projects that have been presented yesterday in the workshop for the Arab Coordination Group in developing the African continent is a live example for the role being played by IDB Group and its partners in this arena. You have been extremely innovative, Your Excellency, in developing effective financial instruments based on the deep culture you are working on, mechanisms that are extremely relevant and beneficial to the economy, such as Islamic sukuk and the international trade financing and insurance. Your Excellency, the President, IDB Group has succeeded in gaining the confidence of all of its partners because of its flexibility and because of its needs-based approach in addressing the needs of the member countries. For all of these successes and the confidence that you have been given by the member countries, and particularly the host country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, you have indeed succeeded in gaining the confidence of international credit ranking agencies. We congratulate you personally, Mr. President, and the entire staff of IDB for that accomplishment. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the governors, the ministers, dear audience, our country, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, has witnessed over the past years major developments on all fronts. The annual growth rate has exceeded 5.5% annually, and inflation has been controlled under 3%. The deficit in budget has been below 2%. For example, also, more than 3,000 kilometers road have been constructed, and major projects have been implemented in the areas of water and energy, and we have exceeded our local needs and are exporting energy to our neighboring country, Senegal. The two ports of Nouakchott and Medouba have been expanded, and a full-fledged university has been constructed. All of this is based on a clear vision by the government that has built on lessons learned and mobilizes all internal resources, and also resorts to partners to implement together tangible projects that respond to the fundamental needs, a vision that builds a culture and aims at establishing integrity with the international community in an atmosphere of security and stability with the grace of Allah. The Arab Coordination Group, headed by IDB, has led all the major projects, the huge projects that have been accomplished or are underway afterwards, the electricity projects, the new airport project, the new university component, and so on and so forth. To them and to all partners, we express our deepest gratitude and appreciation. You all know, we all know that the reward towards development and economic transformation is complex. And of course, you are aware of the reduction in price of raw materials, especially iron, which is a basic input in Mauritania, has had a negative impact. And as such, I hope that you can intensify the support for our country so that we can absorb the impact of the global crisis that is currently going on. From this standpoint, I also express my deepest sincerity to our brothers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the generous and rapid assistance that they have provided to the budget of our country. This is the generosity we are accustomed to, and we express thanks to. Those who do not thank people cannot thank Allah. Your Excellency, President of Financial Financing Funds, with your support, we will manage to exploit our fish wealth and exploit our agricultural and water resources and train our human resources and develop investment opportunities in our countries to benefit our people and the peoples of all regions. And this is indeed your aim. As I started, I would go back to congratulate you, thank you, and peace be upon you all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor of Mauritania, especially for this particular approach on the role of IDB in financing and the significant, the relevant allocation to Africa, which we do need for the reasons you have explained. I would now invite the Governor of Turkey to take the floor. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillah. Elhamdülillah. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Vessalatu vesselamu ala sahbihi ecma'in. Distinguished Chairman, esteemed governors and executive directors of the IDB, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Mohamed Ali, President of the IDB Group, and dear guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the government of Mozambique for the excellent organization and warm hospitality. We are meeting at a time when global growth remains sluggish and the prospects for recovery are impeded by heightened geopolitical conflicts in many countries and regions. The impacts of the global and regional challenges has been significant on the OIC region. 2015 marks a crucial year for shaping the post-2015 development agenda. Key multilateral events are scheduled to take place this year, namely Financing for Development Conference in Addis Ababa in July, UN Summit on Sustainable Development Goals in New York in September, and Climate Conference in Paris in December. This ambitious agenda requires more effective and efficient mobilization of resources in several international platforms. In the coming period, these platforms will work to produce internationally agreed objectives and guidelines on sustainable development. All MDBs, including the IDB Group, need to reflect on these agreed objectives and guidelines as appropriate and do their part to help turn these objectives into reality. Under these circumstances, the Bank Group moves to more challenging situations in the next 10 years in terms of relevance and additionality in its member countries. Definitely, a process of internal adjustment must be carefully prepared and resourced. To this end, we find the 10-year strategy framework well-crafted and timely prepared. We support the normalized growth scenario building on enhanced resource mobilization without any need of additional capital increase. We are also supportive of the proposed restructuring of the balance sheet to reduce risk and increasing the financing capacity. We encourage the bank management to focus more on the development impact of its projects rather than only increasing the volumes. Result-based reporting matters a lot for this aim. In this respect, we welcome the efforts of the management to develop corporate scorecards. We believe that this tool would help the IDB review how much its operations contribute to economic development of the members and reshape its policies according to the results. Human resource management is another important element for the operational success. We welcome the proposal of reallocating the staff to strategic areas because we believe that the workforce planning is vital to achieve the strategic goals. We have no doubt that the management will carry out this process with a transparent approach. We appreciate the IDB's efforts in focusing more on field presence and exploring ways to reach member countries where there is potential to increase the business volume. To do this successfully, IDB's regional and gateway offices should be strengthened. Distinguished governors, since its establishment, IDB has operated successfully to respond to the needs of its member countries. Approvals of the bank have exceeded $100 billion since its inception. Although top 10 shareholders of the IDB Group constitute 87% of the total capital, they have received only 31% of these financing approvals. This proves the success of the South-South cooperation of the IDB. 2014 was also a successful year. We congratulate the bank management for increasing the approvals to $11 billion in 2014, despite challenging geopolitical problems and global and regional economic environment, while at the same time protecting the strong capital position and the AAA rating of the bank. We are glad that IDB acts not only as a financial institution, but also serves as a knowledge bank for its members. We see reverse linkage initiative as a powerful mechanism to foster the catalytic role of the IDB in the area of South-South cooperation. We believe that facilitating the transfer of best practices and expertise among our member countries is very critical. I am pleased that many Turkish institutions are actively working with IDB to share their experiences with member countries. We will continue to support IDB Group's efforts, initiatives in this respect. Furthermore, we believe that the inclusive growth could be secured by the development of the private sector. In boosting the role of the private sector in realization of the development objectives of countries, we see a particular role for multinational corporations and international organizations. At this point, we believe that a particular burden falls on the shoulders of the IDB Group, taking account of its peculiar mandate and competitive institutional strengths. Turkey is of the firm view that the IDB Group entities should continue to support the development efforts in member countries, mainly through the private sector. In this respect, the operations of ICD, ICEC, and ITFC represent major steps to support the private sector in member countries. Esteemed governors, IDB has become a pioneer institution in promoting Islamic financial services, and therefore it has a key role and responsibility for further expansion and deepening of the Islamic economics, finance, and banking. Thanks to IDB's efforts, size of the Islamic financial services reached $2 trillion from a negligible level in 1970s. In this regard, we welcome the Knowledge Management and Innovation Initiative, which Islamic Research and Training Institute will play a prominent role. Looking forward, the volume of Islamic financial products is expected to be incomparably higher than conventional financial instruments. In order to utilize this high potential, many countries are setting up an enabling environment for Islamic finance products after 2008 global financial crisis. Some of the non-Muslim countries around the world are trying to position themselves as Islamic financial hubs. In addition, IMF and World Bank have real interest in Islamic finance, working with countries to put this issue into the macro agenda. Turkey has one of the highest growth potential in Islamic financial services among the OIC member countries. In order to utilize this growth potential, we have prepared an ambitious strategic Islamic finance program with the aim of increasing the share of the Islamic financial assets in the banking sector. Within our strategy, we have started capacity development program and developed new products, including sukuk. We have established a state-owned Islamic bank already. In addition, we plan to open up 2 more banks via government support. At this point, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the IDB for their significant support in promoting Islamic financial institutions and products in Turkey. Recently, as carrying out the G20 presidency in 2015, Turkey has placed Islamic financial services among the top priorities. Turkish presidency strongly believes in the vital role of the Islamic finance industry in infrastructure and SME financing. In this respect, Turkish presidency aims to increase the awareness of Islamic finance among G20 members. We encourage the G20 members to increase the role of non-traditional lending models. As part of our priorities, we try to support the integration of Islamic finance with the rest of the global financial system. Certainly, there are various policy and regulatory implications of this new finance structure. Turkish presidency is currently working on this end, where we have asked IMF and World Bank to prepare reports for us. These works are expected to contribute to address the impediments to expansion of Islamic finance. In concluding, I would like to express my faith in the good prospects of the OIC region with its young population, existing natural resources, and growth potential. IDB Group is playing an important role in the economic development efforts of the member countries. I would like to reaffirm our commitment to continue working with the IDB Group for deepening the economic cooperation in the OIC region. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Governor from Turkey. I think the bank is taking good note of the challenges we have ahead of us. The bank has for the forthcoming discussion about the developmental objectives post-2015, so that the bank is not left behind, but rather to be at the forefront ahead of events and continue to assist us. I would like to remind my brothers and sisters, governors, that we have the light. People reading the speech have difficulties to see. Perhaps the alternatives should assist to look at the light so that we can indeed manage time adequately. Sometimes I was not also looking at the light, but I can see it now. I'm paying more attention to that light. So we need indeed to use it. Next, I'd like to invite the Oman governor. Governor from Oman.
الرحمن الرحيم.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, Your Excellency, the Chairman of Governors, Your Excellency, the President of IDB Group, Your Excellencies, Governors and alternate governors, dear participants, peace be upon you all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allow me at the outset to express on behalf of the government of the Sultanate of Oman deepest appreciation to the friendly government of the Republic of Mozambique for hosting, organizing and managing this meeting, and for the excellent hospitality and welcoming that has had a wonderful effect on us. Also, special thanks to the people of Mozambique for their noble feelings towards the participants of the meeting, hoping that this meeting will deliver the expectations of our peoples in terms of prosperity and welfare. Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellencies, the annual report of IDB for the year 1435 demonstrates the major accomplishments that have been achieved at all fronts, in spite of the situation and circumstances globally that has affected a number of member countries of IDB due to the political tension, the fluctuation in commodity prices, and the instability of macroeconomy, and the epidemics and other challenges. In spite of all that, IDB has achieved major accomplishments that we must commend. We have also noted in the annual report that the group, because of its identity and accomplishments over the span of 40 years of its existence, has gained important strengths that it can apply to implement its 10-year strategy. I am not here to review the strengths, but I would like to go through the difficulties and challenges in implementing the 10-year strategies, which are as follows. First of all, the rapid growth that has been witnessed by the IDB Group over the recent years has increased the scope and volume of the operations of the bank in member countries, where it has registered a major increase that has went up to 12% in 1435, which represents 7 million Islamic dinars in 1434. As such, this growth needs adequate resources to attain financial sustainability and promote operations and accelerate the implementation pace. The problem is not the lack of resources, because one of the strengths that are mentioned in the report are the immense financial resources possessed by the IDB Group. So we suggest increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of utilization of those resources to achieve better return, and we are fully confident in the ability of the bank to do so. Secondly, the target mentioned in the 1440 vision is to make it a knowledge-based bank. We are now coming close to 1440 that has been set in the vision, and as such we emphasize the importance of doubling efforts to reinforce capacities and internal reforms so that the bank can provide the best services within the framework of this vision, so that we can measure the progress towards achieving that target. Secondly, the infrastructure sector has gained the major share, which is 83% of this financing, followed by the agriculture sector at 8%, education at 4.5%, health at 3%, followed by other sectors at 1.5% in total. We would like to note here specifically the decrease in the approvals for agriculture sector from 471 million Islamic dinars in 1434 to 269 million Islamic dinars in 1435, meaning a drop at a percentage of about 43%. The report indicated that this drop is attributed to the reluctance of some beneficiaries to accept the terms and conditions, and the increased regional risks, and the increase in accumulated undisbursed amount. In terms of future, it might be useful for the bank to pursue an acceptable mode that would make financing for the sector more acceptable to beneficiaries, and to study the impediments and obstacles that are faced by agriculture projects, especially that IDB has the qualified and necessary staff to provide suitable solutions for such impediments and obstacles. Fourthly, the SME sector is a major component of our member country economies, and the IDB Group should reinforce the abilities of this sector to increase its abilities, not only for creating job opportunities, but also to inactivate and diversify the sources of income by contributing to its contribution to increasing exports, whether that be commodities or services, and also to increase the added value to many products that are being exported by the IDB member countries. The ICD has a pivotal role in developing this sector and promoting it. And it has yet to fulfill that role fully. And as such, we call on the ICD officials to give more concern to this vital concern in member countries of IDB. Your Excellencies, reviewing the financial statements that have been attached by the annual report for IDB Group for 1435, we would like to give some remarks. Provide some remarks that can contribute to increasing the effectiveness of IDB Group in the coming period. The addendum included increase in the approvals according to the modes applied by investment, and we note the following in that capital contribution in projects from 313 million Islamic dinars in 1434 to 19.7 million Islamic dinars in 1435, or even to zero in 1435. We believe in equity participation in projects is a vital component in most member countries of IDB. Secondly, the drop in the partnership modes from 33 million Islamic dinars in 1433 to zero in 1434 and 1435, without clarifying any reasons that led to this drop in financing through this mode. 3, the drop in Mudaraba financing from 292.8 million Islamic dinars in 1434 to zero in 1435. This calls for clarification of reasons why this drop has happened and to overcome any difficulties that might be there. Your Excellencies, we value to the maximum the efforts being exerted by IDB Group to maintain its excellent credit ratings from the major rating agencies in the world, and its excellent ability to mobilize resources through its modes. And we are totally convinced that the markup claimed by IDB is linked to market prices and the risks undertaken by the bank. We are also confident that IDB can alleviate the burdens of financing provided to the member countries due to the developmental role played by the bank in those countries. Finally, I would like to express my appreciation to His Excellency, the President of IDB Group, and the Director of the Chairman of the Board of Executive Directors, and all the staff for their immense efforts exerted to provide services to the Ummah. And we pray to Allah that everyone concerned is made successful and provided with welfare and prosperity.
Thank you very much, Governor from Oman. Certainly, the bank is taking good note about this drop in agriculture, about the need to assist the private sector, in particular SMEs. Next, I have the Governor of Nigeria. You have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, the Chairman of the Board of Governors, Your Excellencies, Governors and Alternate Governors, Your Excellency, the President of Islamic Development Bank Group, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is an honor for me to address this gathering of distinguished governors of IDB member countries on behalf of the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I also wish to join others to express my appreciation to the government and people of Republic of Mozambique for the warm welcome and hospitality of Maputo. In the same vein, I also wish to congratulate the President and the entire staff of the IDB Group for the excellent preparations they put in place for the annual meetings. As you are aware, there has been a recent change of government in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, just about 3 weeks ago, the new administration are still unfolding. It is safe to assume a continuation and consolidation of current economic policies. Nigeria recognizes and appreciates the role of Islamic Development Bank support in the socio-economic development of countries in our sub-region. We commend the leadership of the bank in all its efforts to strengthen the bank's institutional effectiveness and capacity to respond to member countries' needs in a flexible and effective manner while maintaining its AAA rating. We also commend the bank for the development programs that are being extended within the purview of the Special Program for Development of Africa, that's the SPDA, which is geared towards reducing poverty, promoting sustainable economic growth, and supporting regional integration. However, given the magnitude of the problems, particularly in the infrastructure sector, we would like to urge the bank to intensify its advocacy role to get additional donor funding in order to increase the funding for the SPDA. The previous level of funding, though much appreciated, was grossly insufficient to make the much needed impact in a relatively short period required to turn our economies around. In order to strengthen its collaboration with the Africa region, I would like to highlight a few key areas that we propose for emphasis by the IDB. Development of critical infrastructure, especially in the power sector. We propose that the bank should not only concentrate on renewable energy, as is being promoted globally now, but also it should focus on the existing, conventional energy, conventional energy sources, by providing funds, in such a way that these conventional energy sources will be made environmental friendly. Then we also propose the building of social safety nets for the most vulnerable groups. The bank should assist countries to help the most vulnerable groups in the society through, most especially, cash transfers, amongst others, to bring them out of extreme poverty. We also call on the bank to come up with a robust either full or partial risk guarantees to assist countries to reach financial closures, with international investors in the infrastructure sector. We recognize the importance of climate change, and particularly its very high potential to derail the economic gains we have achieved thus far. To be able to ameliorate the problems of climate change, however, we would require a lot of funding, which most of our countries do not have anyway. It is in this respect that we call on the bank to come up with innovative financing and technical assistance to help us respond adequately to the climate change challenge. In conclusion, and on behalf of the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I wish to place on record our gratitude and appreciation to the Islamic Development Bank under the indefatigable and able leadership of its renowned and hardworking president, Dr. Ahmed Mohamed Ali, for their dedication and commitment to poverty eradication, continued financial support, and most importantly, their policy advice and technical assistance to Nigeria. Thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Governor of Nigeria. Surely the bank is taking note of the need to mobilize more resources because Africa needs more investment, particularly in infrastructure in areas like power. Next, we have the governor of the Gambia. The Gambia, you have the floor.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين. Mr. Chairman, let me first of all thank the government and people of Mozambique for the warm hospitality and good reception that has been accorded to us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Maputo. Let me also extend greetings and appreciation to the President, management and staff of the Islamic Development Bank for the good and fruitful cooperation that has always existed between the bank and the Republic of the Gambia. Having said this, Mr. Chairman, allow me to raise 2 points. First, while the bank's intervention have been instrumental in the development efforts of the Gambia, much of this has been in the form of loans with little or no grant financing. Although these loans are concessional in nature, the requirement for government counterpart funding poses serious challenges for low-income countries like the Gambia, thus leading to delays in project implementation. This requirement is also a limiting factor in our ability to borrow more funds to meet our growing needs. It is important to note that these are loans to be repaid, and therefore for me, that's commitment enough on the part of governments not to warrant asking governments to put in counterpart contribution as a condition of financing. We therefore urge the bank to consider waiving this requirement of counterpart contributions for low-income countries as a general rule or on a case-by-case basis. The second point, Mr. Chairman, our bank has been founded on a principle of solidarity, which is a fundamental principle in Islam. And I think we need to strengthen this principle by enabling the bank to finance certain projects on grant basis. For this to happen, however, the bank needs resources. They need more resources. And we therefore call on our members that are more endowed to provide adequate funding to the bank and its program, as the bank has proven over the years to be a conduit for achieving shared prosperity. Our Ummah is indeed endowed with resources, and if well exploited and shared, will lift many people out of extreme poverty. Let me conclude, Mr. Chairman, by saying that our noble religion, Islam, is very practical, and if we all live and abide by its teachings, we will surely live in peace and harmony with shared prosperity for all. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Governor from the Gambia. Good note has been taken of this need of innovation in the funding to assist countries in need of financial resources. Next, we have the governor from Afghanistan.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. His Excellency Minister of Mozambique, President of Islamic Development Bank, Chairman of the Board of Governors, fellow governors, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Praise be to Allah, the Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful, who has once again enabled us to gather in this assembly in good health and high spirit. I would like to thank the government of Republic of Mozambique for their warm hospitality extended to the participant of the 40th annual meeting of IDB Board of Governors. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the government and people of Afghanistan, I would like to offer my deep appreciation to IDB management held by Dr. Ahmad Muhammad Ali. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture of time, Afghanistan has entered a critical period, the period of transformation decade. Transformation from foreign assistance dependence to gradual self-reliance. While we see the transformation decay as an opportunity, but the anxieties about transformation and post-transition remain. In our capital, Kabul, there is a renewed sense of urgency to reach a peace agreement with our adversaries and to allow them to become rightful citizens of the society. I would like to thank all IDB countries who have continuously supported our cause to achieve peace and stability in Afghanistan. And we further need your efforts in peace process. To sustain economic growth and development, we have developed a comprehensive economic agenda presented in London Conference in 2014. At the heart of the agenda are private sector-led economic growth and a strengthened regional economic cooperation. In these regards, with the support of our partners, including the Islamic Development Bank, we have commenced a roadmap to invest in strategic areas, for instance, roads, railway network, agriculture, trade and transit, energy and infrastructure needed to enable our extractive industries. Afghanistan's mining sector indeed promising high potential. Our goal is to transparently award the mining contracts, and we will be happy for IDB to partner with us in encouraging and inviting potential investors from the Islamic countries to take advantage of these investment opportunities in Afghanistan. We also invite IDB to take a stronger interest in regional countries to common interests. This will ultimately help Afghanistan to draw its path toward prosperity and could be a cause for peace and regional stability. Like CASA 1000, there are a lot of other regional projects for connectivity, electricity and gas transformation from Central Asia to South Asia through Afghanistan, and the IDB could invest in all those projects. Excellencies, during this period of time, IDB and government of Afghanistan jointly decided on the development priorities for which we are grateful. However, we believe IDB can play even higher role over the coming years, and we would request IDB to increase its financing in Afghanistan. While Afghanistan is taking steps to assume responsibility of its own affairs, it will continue to need international community support for years to come. And therefore, we would like to see a more active and visible presence of IDB in Afghanistan. To conclude, allow me once again to express my high appreciation to the government and people of the Republic of Mozambique for the excellent facilities put in place and for ensuring the great success of 40th annual meeting of Board of Governors. I would like to extend once again all our support for IDB and for all the other activities in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor of Afghanistan. We have really taken note of the need for regional cooperation. We'll need assistance from the Islamic Development Bank and maybe from other investors. I have next the Governor of Côte d'Ivoire.
Mon frère de Côte d'Ivoire, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The President of the Council of Governors, Honorable Governors, the President of the IDB Group, I would like, on behalf of the government of Côte d'Ivoire and my own behalf, to express our gratitude to the authorities and the people of Mozambique that has been afforded us the friendly city of Maputo. I would like to express my profound gratitude to Dr. Mohamed Ali, the President of the Islamic Development Bank, for the quality of work that has been done under his leadership. Under your leadership, sir, and your strategic choices have placed our institution amongst the most credible in the world in view of the results that have been given to us by the rating agencies of Standard & Poor's and other rating agencies. These results should be commended and encouraged by everybody. Honorable Governors, our institution should continue to promote solidarity and integration amongst our countries to develop the expansion of Islamic finance, including human capital. We want an efficient institution that is close to its clients and responsive to their needs in under difficult circumstances. The IDB Group should also constitute a fulcrum for the development of member countries by strengthening partnership and promoting public-private partnership. I'd like to take this opportunity to support IDB for its support to Côte d'Ivoire, not only during the 10 years of crisis that we underwent, but also since the end of this crisis. And this support has been in different areas, namely in the area of agriculture, infrastructure, water, sanitation, transportation, education, and health. And other projects are being funded, and here I'd like to note the construction of several roads, including the Yamoussoukro-Bouaké Highway. I also would like to mention the Sukuk issue that has happened for an amount of 300 billion CFA, and this operation, this transaction is a first, and it will allow Côte d'Ivoire to mobilize funds to fund important projects that will help develop the country. And we are organizing with Côte d'Ivoire the African Forum for Islamic Finance from the 17th to the 19th of September in Abidjan, and you're all invited to that event. I'd like to say thanks to the now ushered in a period of stability and vigorous economy and sustained growth of 9% over the past 3 years under the leadership of President Ouattara. Our country has a lot of ambitions and aspires to be an emerging country very soon. Côte d'Ivoire is counting on IDB to rise up to this challenge and hopes to get the support of IDB for the funding of its development plan in conformity with all the relevant support of the OIC. I'd like, Mr. President, to congratulate Mr. Abdurrahman Sise, Minister of Budget of Cote d'Ivoire, to the board of the Islamic Development Bank for the section for the private sector. This attests to the trust that your institution has in Cote d'Ivoire, and I'd like to express our profound gratitude to all the governors of the African states. May Allah give us the powers and the possibility to deserve this trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cote d'Ivoire. I can witness to that. A few weeks ago, I was at Abidjan. I've witnessed the development of that country. For a country that's gone through a difficult situation, really it is commendable, the effort of the government of Cote d'Ivoire to restore stability and have the economy running again. So well done, as this is the first time that I see you in Mozambique after visiting your country. Beautiful country, beautiful city of Abidjan. Next, I have Senegal. I think we'll circulate its speech. Senegal was the last country in my list. It might have been that I skipped some country on the list. If for some reason some country like to take the floor and I've skipped unintentionally, please raise your hand to take the floor now. I think all that asked for the floor have now spoken, and those that have circulated their speeches also have done so. In view of this, and because we have another activity at 8 p.m., I think we could adjourn for today. And we should gather again tomorrow at 9. We'll start tomorrow at 9 sharp, because we still have on our agenda 9 items to go through. But considering the issues you still have to consider, I think we'll tackle them before 10:30. So I'd like to find out whether there is any housekeeping matters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recall what you said, that there is a dinner to which the participants are invited at 8 p.m. today at the Girasol in the Village Hotel on the invitation of the Minister of Economy and Finance of Mozambique.
I would like at this juncture to thank you all for your participants, for your very dynamic statements, which provide us with a wealth of information, allowed us to share experiences. So we can adjourn for today, as it's indicated, and we'll meet again tomorrow. And you are all invited for the dinner at 8. And thank you very much. See you tomorrow.